Greetings from the Alexandrina Council. Let's meet the driving force behind the Alexandrina community. Chief Executive Officer, Andrew MacDonald. Mayor, Keith Parks. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peter Oliver. West Ward, Councillor Bill Coomans. Councillor Lou Nicholson. Councillor Michael Scott. North Ward, Councillor Craig Maidment. Councillor Sue Miller. Councillor Christy Thornton. South Ward, Councillor Margaret Gardner. Councillor Millie Livingston. And finally, Councillor Peter Oliver.
Good evening. Welcome to our council meeting of Monday, the 20th of October 2025. An audio recording of this meeting will be made for minute-taking purposes and will last the length of the open meeting. The audio file will be available on the council website after the draft minutes have been circulated. I'd like to welcome our elected members. We have an apology from Councillor Christy Thornton. I'd like to also welcome our Chief Executive Officer, Andrew MacDonald, our General Manager Community, Stacey Betson, General Manager Infrastructure, Alan Harvey, General Manager Corporate, Tash Hunt, and some of our other staff who are here as required. Would you all, if you're able, please stand for the acknowledgement of country and the local government prayer. The Alexandrina Council and its communities acknowledge the Narrandjeri, the Paramount and the Gardner people as the traditional custodians of the lands and waters of our council district. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to grant thy blessing upon the works of this council. Guide us in our deliberations for the advancement and the true welfare of the people of this district. Thank you. We have declarations of interest from Councillor Oliver, Councillor Miller on three items, and a declaration of interest from myself also. So those declarations have been declared. I just ask members to declare it again as the item arises. Item 2 is the confirmation of minutes. 2.1 is the confirmation of the ordinary council meeting minutes of the 15th of September 2025, and there's a recommendation that be received as true and correct. Moved Councillor Gardner, seconded Councillor Livingston. Are there any questions relating to those minutes? If not, I'll put the recommendation to you. All those in favour? Against? That's carried unanimously. 2.2 is the special council meeting minutes of the 22nd of September 2025. There's a recommendation that they be received as true and correct. Moved Councillor Coomans, seconded Councillor Maidment. Any questions relating to that meeting? If not, I'll put the recommendation to you. All those in favour? Against? It's carried unanimously. 2.3 is the Heritage Advisory Group minutes of the 11th of September 2025. There's a recommendation that those minutes be received and noted. Moved Councillor Maidment, seconded Councillor Oliver. Any questions relating to those minutes? Councillor Scott.
If I may, and I'm not sure whether it's appropriate at this stage, but I urge that consideration be given in relation to the awards night. They be held at Hope Forest to give that area a chance of showing off what they've done up there, and they're very much heritage focused. They've written books and done the new memorial to the returned people, to the service people, and I just suggest, I notice that it's coming up soon, and I just urge consideration be given to that rather than the Strath Town Hall, which has had its minute in the sun a few weeks ago, and other halls that we've used. Thank you.
Any further discussion? If not, I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour? Against? That's carried unanimously. 2.4 is the Climate Emergency and Environment Committee minutes of the 7th of October 2025. There's a recommendation that those minutes be received and noted. It's moved Councillor Livingston. Seconded Councillor Nicholson. Just hands everywhere. Any discussion relating to those minutes? If not, I'll put the recommendation to you. All those in favour? Against? That's carried unanimously. Item 3 is adjourned debate. 3.1 is adjourned debate, a report from the 16th of June 2025 Ordinary Council meeting. Item 9.7, the Council Advisory Governance Arrangement of the Climate Emergency Council Committee and the South Australian Wooden Boat, they're abbreviated in here, but the South Australian Wooden Boat Festival Committee. It was adjourned. It was moved by Councillor Gardner, seconded by Councillor Oliver. The councillors who have spoken so far are Councillor Gardner, Councillor Poomans and Councillor Miller. Is there any discussion? Any clarification, Lachlan? Sorry. Yeah.
Thank you. Through the Mayor. Members, as contained in the agenda, Council was at that meeting considering a revised terms of reference for the for the Climate Emergency and Environment Committee. Since that time and since that adjournment, quite a bit of work has been done both in meetings and in workshops with that body. And in your agenda tonight at item 10.3 is a revised terms of reference for the committee. So the suggestion is that this particular adjourned item is somewhat irrelevant, and suggesting that you actually vote against it so it is lost, and then you can consider the future of the CEEC in item 10.3.
Thanks. Thank you, Lachlan. So is there any questions? If not, I'll put the recommendation to you. All those in favour? Against? That is lost. Item 4 is presentations and deputations. 4.1 is a deputation relating to roadside maintenance. We have Sam Borrett, who will make a deputation regarding that maintenance. Sam, would you like to come forward?
I just asked whether I could request an extra 5 minutes, if that's possible.
Members happy with that? Yep. Thank you. Yep.
Good evening. I'd like to thank the Council and its representatives for giving me the time to come here before you all and give my presentation. Before I begin, I'd like to give a small disclaimer over the images shown in this presentation. Unless otherwise stated, all trees and roadsides shown within this slideshow are of Alexandrina Council designated maintained roads. I'm here before you today because unfortunately roadside maintenance, in particular tree trimming within the Alexandrina Council, is observed to be almost non-existent. This lack of maintenance has led to roads becoming overgrown and unsafe for motorists to use without risk of damage to their vehicles from vegetation. Unfortunately, this extends across almost the whole of the Alexandrina Council area and includes sealed and unsealed roads alike. Before I continue on much further, I'd like to refresh what Council's own rules are around tree maintenance so all councillors are able to understand the seriousness of this issue. For the explanation of these rules, I will quote the Council's own document on this matter. For sealed roads, Alexandrina will maintain a clearance envelope up to a vertical height of 5 metres with a lateral extent of up to 1 metre from the edge of the shoulder. For unsealed road, this is again 5 metres lateral with a vertical of 1.5 from the edge of the grader line. Let me just emphasise this before we continue. That is 1 metre from the side of the road on sealed roads and 1.5 from the edge of the grader line on unsealed roads. Once again, in Councillor's own words, it is essential that vegetation along roadsides be trimmed vertically and laterally so as to provide safe clearance for road users. Unfortunately, the above stated clearance for roads is being ignored right across the council area, and in many cases, trees are not just exceeding the limit by a small amount, it is being exceeded by metres. The picture shown shows growth reaching over a metre inside the edge of the road. This is 2 metres outside council's recommendation clearance envelope. This tree shown is also over the edge of the road by more than 1 metre and impacting the ability for road users to safely pass by. These examples are not isolated incidences, as once again shown. Vegetation ingress onto road surfaces is widespread throughout the Alexandrina Council area. Some of these spots are on freighting arterial roads, resulting in a situation where any trimming that has been done has purely been a result of trucks driving close enough to clip off the vegetation. On one particular council road, within a 5-kilometre stretch, I counted 76 different instances where growth at or below shoulder height was extending onto the road. Or speaking of safety, signs that inform drivers of upcoming corners or dangers are also being covered up by vegetation, drastically increasing the dangers posed to drivers. I'd ask any member sitting here to try and point out the corner sign in this photo. It's just behind the first shrub growing over the roadside safety strip. Or even this photo. I'll give the councillors a moment to count how many roadside reflective posts they can count on the left side and if they can spot the speed recommendation sign for the corner. For your information, there are 6 posts and I doubt anyone got the 80km/h sign. Even this corner here in Mount Compass, there is a safety barrier underneath all that vegetation, a safety barrier that would have its capacity severely impeded thanks to the significant overgrowth covering its surface. While main roads are obviously more of a concern, the problem is probably worse when it comes to unsealed roads, with overgrowth and new growth proving problematic. These few photos here show just how much vegetation has crept onto the road surface, impeding traffic flow for farm machinery to safely move down these roads. Speaking with some of the ag bureaus around the area, it has been a talking point raised by many who have had near misses and in some incidents, accidents because of the inability for vehicles and machinery to fit past each other on some of these roads. But growth of established trees isn't the only issue. Because of the lack of maintenance, there are quite a significant number of roads that are having new plants trying to establish themselves within a 1.5 metre clearance envelope as shown here. If either of these 2 trees are allowed to grow, their trunks will extend onto the road and compound an already stressed safety situation. These last 2 instances I would like to point out in particular for the seriousness they pose. The first is showing trees that have never had a single trim extending almost 3 metres onto the roadway from the last grader line. Even with the slow growth of these particular trees, there would be years and years and years of poor maintenance by council to let things get this bad. The other is a long row of athel pines that have been left to grow for a significant amount of time. The video above shows a bag placed on the branch where it was last trimmed. Since that trim, there are now branches whose growth is thicker than my arm, indicative of years and years and years of growth. This growth then extends metres onto the road past grader lines. Even here, where a tractor is coming down the road, it is visible just how little room there is for anything else to pass. Old satellite and street view pictures show that this used to be a straight part of the road, but is no longer the case due to overgrowth. Though roadside maintenance seems to be a difficult task for the Alexandrina Council, this doesn't appear the case for neighbouring councils. These pictures here of neighbouring council roads show their ability to properly maintain roadside vegetation on an adequate and safe distance. This road is another example where trees are maintained and clearance provides a safe space for vehicles to travel. This road is open, clear, and shows that council takes roadside maintenance seriously. Now, this is the exact same road, however the only difference that it is now within the Alexandrina Council. The road is overgrown, trees extend over the road beyond the grader line, and it's clear that allowing vehicles to safely traverse this part of the road takes a back seat. Or even this road, once again, trees are maintained back, signs are visible, and it's clear that maintenance on this road is a priority. Unfortunately, this changes once the road transitions into Alexandrina Council's area of management. Trees are seen up to and over the road's edge, and safety signs are almost obstructed from view. Even around conservation parks, where one would think that trees are a high priority, these government-owned roads are trimmed back metres from the road, once again providing adequate views of signage, safety barriers, and even an opportunity for motorists to pull off the road if they encounter a problem. Overcoming a problem of this magnitude will take a long time, but I believe there are options available to Council that will not only help it to better achieve roadside management plan, but also one that would be cheaper for Council in the long term. The first is to make it easier for Council's own workers to report vegetation they feel has become significantly overgrown. As maintained roads are either required to be graded or sprayed annually, drivers undertaking this work will see firsthand when vegetation has become overgrown, encouraging these drivers to then either report it to their management or have a form in the depot where they can make reports to or highlight areas in need of maintenance. The second suggestion is for Council to not rely on contractors for roadside maintenance and do everything in-house. This would likely result in a large upfront cost to Council, but I believe it could provide significant savings over the long term. Large upfront costs would likely involve purchase of machinery similar to what is shown here. However, these would be a one-off cost with minimal ongoing costs with proper maintenance. These machines can cover kilometres of ground each day and are already something used by active and other tree maintenance contractors for roadside maintenance. Options for these allow for small to medium-sized tree maintenance without the operator needing to leave the comforts of the cabin. Along with either a mechanical or manually operated mulcher falling behind, this combination of maintenance equipment could easily cover significant distances each day. I hope my presentation today I have been able to shed some light on an increasingly dangerous situation within the Alexandrina Council and provide some possible suggestions on improving these issues going forward. I once again thank Council and the representatives here for their time.
Thanks very much, Sam. Has anybody got any questions of Sam? I think it was very well presented, Councillor Nicholson. Yep.
Thank you much, Sam. That was a really excellent presentation and certainly highlights an issue that I've heard of frequently. I think it also highlights, one of the reasons why we often hear that our regional rates are a bit higher than metro and just the amount of work that it takes to maintain our area. I think, investment in maintaining our roadsides would need a significant increase. Perhaps we can do that over time. I wondered if you had any ideas around priority areas or how Council could find those priority areas to start with and then kind of expand our operations. Yeah,
absolutely. From a personal perspective, and I believe talking with other councillors here, my understanding is that Malang and Monado Ag Bureaus might have already made some recommendations to the Council. These would probably be the best points to start. Other roads that I feel would probably be a good point to start would be trucking routes. As I pointed out earlier, there is a number of trucking routes where tree maintenance is purely done by trucks, so I feel like that would probably be a good starting point.
Thank you. Any further questions? We have, you're right, Sam, Malang Ag Bureau are putting together a priority list for us as we come into different seasons, what type of agriculture, what machinery is going down what road, so that we can try and get onto them. But yeah, we fully appreciate your presentation.
No worries. Thank you.
Anybody? No. So thanks very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
4.2 is the ESCOSA reviews and Council's progress from a ratepayers perspective, and we have Mr Peter Nichols, who's the convener of the Alexandria Residents and Ratepayers, to make a deputation. So welcome, Peter.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councillors, for accepting my request to make this presentation. Alexandrina Residents and Ratepayers Action Group, I represent them, and as its convener, I would like to begin with some background about ARAG for those who don't know us yet. ARAG was established in June 2024. Members of the community joined because of their concerns over increasing rates, increasing expenditure by council and decreasing transparency by council. All members support three basic principles. They are that Alexandrina Council must firstly get back to basics, secondly achieve sensible and sustainable rates, budgets, expenditures and debt levels, and provide meaningful consultation, transparency and communication with ratepayers. We continue to grow in numbers since its establishment. We have members in all the major towns in all 3 wards of the council. As an example, 22% of our members live in Strathalbyn. Another example, 60 members and supporters in Goolwa rallied at short notice on a weekday in March this year after the ESCOSA review was published. Thank you, Tanya. And what of the ESCOSA review? Well, starting with its overview, in February, the Essential Services Commission of South Australia found the Alexandrina Council's current financial performance unsustainable and its projected performance to be potentially unsustainable, and its past performance was partially unsustainable. In ESCOSA's words, this is due to historical and forecast high levels of expenditure on new and upgraded assets, creating a stream of future liabilities that the community is likely to struggle to maintain. So what, in ESCOSA's view, are the 2 main risks leading to unsustainability? Firstly, increasing affordability risk exacerbated by the continued development of new assets. And secondly, having no plan for cost-saving targets or production improvements. And they're ESCOSA's words, not mine. Next slide, please. So on the executive summary of the ESCOSA report, it says, how will council manage to constrain expense growth when there's no reductions in staff or service rationalisation plans? In the past 30 years, Alexandrina Council has chosen to allocate nearly 2/3 of its capital expenditure to new and upgraded assets. And in the next 10 years, in the Commission's view, in February, the proportion on new and upgraded assets remains high. Also in the Commission's view, the Council should reassess its rate of expenditure on new and upgraded assets in the context of community concerns. Then on page 24, it says, when it comes to community concerns, ESCOSA highlighted that the average age of the constituents of Alexandrina Council is 53.5 years and 1/3 of the population is over 65. And in my words, that 1/3 is on fixed incomes and likely to be unable to afford the rate increases that we've been experiencing. On page 27, ESCOSA recognised the significance of the response from the community. The written responses from the community showed that a significant proportion of respondents were not supportive of the Council's proposed rate increases and raised concerns regarding the Council's level of capital expenditure on new projects. Next slide, please. So what of the ESCOSA review? Sorry, I'm on the wrong page. Moving on. So what has happened since the ESCOSA review? At a council meeting on the 21st of July this year, Councillor Peter Oliver moved, Councillor Bill Cooman seconded, and Councillor Lou Nicholson supported an amendment to include ESCOSA-type cost-saving targets in the service review framework. ESCOSA cost-saving targets were first raised by ESCOSA in their overview and are highlighted again by me on slide 2. Sadly, in ARAG's view, just put on a bit more of focus.
Peter,
6 councillors...
Sorry, Peter, we've gone over 5 minutes. You didn't ask for
Oh,
extra
sorry.
time. Do you need extra time?
I do need extra time, yes, please. Sorry, my remiss. Councillor Gardner, Councillor Livingston, Councillor Maidment, Councillor Miller, Councillor Scott and Councillor Thornton all voted against ESCOSA-type cost-saving measures that were proposed by Councillors Oliver and Coomans. Hence, there are no ESCOSA cost-saving targets were adopted, leaving only a very weak commitment to cost savings in the service review framework. Similarly, there are no ESCOSA-type cost-saving targets in the draft A2040 Strategic Delivery Plan, and so the spectre of excessive spending on new assets remains, particularly in the form of the Strathalbyn Recreation Precinct Lot 10 project. Despite denials, each new council publication about Lot 10 reveals a further increase in Lot 10 expenditure. This can be seen in the right-hand column below. We've already spent $150,000 at least on the Lot 10 project. In the 25-26 budget, we've allocated another $200,000 for the project. And in the September agenda for the meeting of council, there was a figure of 5.5 million mentioned as being potentially committed to the project. So what's going to happen in 26-27? Are we going to see more money allocated? Which reminds us all of the column on the left, the Goolwa Wharf debt blowout, when ratepayers were going to spend $2.5 million and ended up spending $13.5 million on the Goolwa Wharf project. 540% increase over what was initially estimated. And if we overlay the budget for the Lot 10 project onto the typical table, we see there's no state money approved yet, there's no federal money approved yet, and there's an estimate of somewhere between 33 and 45 million. If we apply a 540% increase to that, we have a $200 million blowout. By its very nature, there are going to be a lot of new assets at Lot 10 requiring new asset funding. Where is this funding coming from? Is a federal Labor government likely to spend significant grant money in a safe independent seat like Mayo? Is a state Labor government likely to spend significant grant money in a safe Liberal seat like Hammond? Is Lot 10 going to be another disaster for ratepayers? Is ESCOSA being ignored by council? Next slide, please. From the headlines above, we know the media have been watching. The media are watching. Ratepayers are watching. Ratepayers will hold council to account at the 2026 elections. Who can we trust with our rates? Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Any questions for Peter? Discussion? No? Okay. Thank you very much, Peter.
Thank you.
4.3 deputation regarding trees on the roads. We've got Mr. Brad Connor, who's a dairy farmer from Nankita, who will give a presentation about that. Brad, are you about? Thank you.
Hi, thanks for having me. I'd just like to say to Sam, that was brilliant. And to see the slides and all that, I'm not as well prepared as you were, but that was brilliant. That basically covers 99% of what I'm here to. So I hope I'm here to support pretty much exactly the same thing.
Do you need more than 5 minutes, Brad?
No, I won't need more than 5 minutes. I just wanted to say from the safety point of view, it is quite serious. So I'm a dairy farmer, and we've got multiple different properties and a couple of trucks and farm machinery, etc. And every day there'd be a close call. It's actually, you pretty much spend most of your time on the wrong side of the road trying to avoid the trees, which is a real worry to me, especially. And with employees on the road, you never know what's going to go wrong. Like, well, you're hoping nothing's going to go wrong, but it's just always in the back of your mind what could happen. And like the slides show, you can't see any signs, so trying to train new drivers, or, you know, I've got a younger cousin working on the farm trying to, you know, I'm basically avoid sending him on the road at all because it's just too dangerous. So, yeah, and I don't really know, like I don't really know how to, you couldn't write a list of, you know, like it's just everywhere, it's so widespread. And it's affecting the business. So to get feed delivered or to get livestock picked up or whatever, you've got to explain to the drivers, you can't go on this road, you can't go on this road, or, you know, areas to watch out for, which it's just another thing that we shouldn't have to worry about, really, I think. But yeah, Sam pretty much covered 90% of it, like I said, which I'm happy he did, because to see it up there, I'm not sure. If you didn't see it every day like I do, it'd be hard to know the severity of the problem, which it is quite bad. And yeah, so that's pretty much all I needed to say.
Anybody got any questions of Brad? Councillor Coomans.
Thanks, Brad, for that your presentation, and also to Sam. And thank you also for the amount of work that you do for the community. You're one of our great community volunteers, and that's very much appreciated. One of the things that Council is looking to do is at the end of October, the 27th of October meeting, is a workshop which I understand will look at these sorts of matters in terms of verges and things. It might be something that you might be interested in coming along. Yep. And we do sometimes allow the gallery to ask a question also, and it might be useful for that. The thing I would like to ask you though is that I've been shown areas where there's some issues with overhanging trees and what have you, and one of the things that was suggested that maybe farmers should be allowed to take some remedial action themselves, and I understand there's some issues with doing that, but is that something that, especially around your own property, that you'd be prepared to do?
Yep, I'll be happy to do it. I'll be happy to help. Whatever I can do to help, I'm happy to do it. So,
okay.
Any ideas, I'm happy to show. I'll take anyone for a ride in the truck to have a look how bad it is if anyone's willing to do it. I'll do anything.
Parks, I think, and I'm right in saying that there is a workshop that deals with this sort of thing on the 27th of October, and it's something that would be a great meeting or a great workshop for farmers and the like to come along, and maybe we can make it such that when we hear the presentations from staff, there might be some questions from the gallery that would be very appropriate. Thank you.
Yep, no worries. Thank you.
Brad, anybody else got any questions for Brad before he goes? No, okay. Thanks very much, Brad.
Thank you.
Thank you. 4.4 is regarding a fundraising event to be held at the Goolwa Oval. We have Ms Tamara McRobbie, the chairperson of the Goolwa Community Association, who will speak to us about riding out the bloom. Welcome, Tamara.
Thank you.
How long do you need?
I don't need more than 5 minutes. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, councillors and council staff. My name is Tamara McRobbie, and I'm representing the Goolwa Community Association this evening to seek council's support for the upcoming Riding Out the Bloom fundraising concert, which we propose to hold at the Goolwa Oval on Saturday the 17th of January 2026. This community-driven initiative aims to lift local spirits and bring together residents and visitors in a positive, family-friendly environment. The concert will feature Australian music legend Daryl Braithwaite as the headlined act, supported by Taylor Sheridan, and prior to that a DJ. Gates will open at 4 p.m, with performances running until about 10 p.m. The event is about more than entertainment, it's about community recovery, connection and opportunity. We hope to attract visitors to Goolwa for the weekend. This will benefit accommodation providers, hospitality venues and retail traders. Based on conservative projections, the event could generate over $500,000 in local spending across Goolwa and the wider Alexandrina region that weekend. The key benefits of this are supporting local service and sporting clubs. Local groups will be able to fundraise directly through stall operations, food sales and bar management, ensuring that profits remain within the community and help support the clubs that help Goolwa thrive. Hosting an artist like Daryl Braithwaite will showcase Goolwa's capacity to deliver potentially events like this in the future as well. We are proposing a ticket capacity of around 8,000. While this is ambitious, we believe that it is manageable based on the venue size. Our production lead, Kingsley, estimates that we'll probably sell around 4,000 to 5,000 tickets. However, we would certainly like to prove him wrong. To cover costs of the event, we require an attendance of approximately 2,500. We are confident in achieving this, and then profits above the costs will then enable the Goolwa Community Association to continue to support the community over the coming years. And while we have not yet finalised where the fund allocation will go, our initial priorities are to reduce the burden on local businesses and council for financial support moving forward. So the Goolwa Community Association actually does want to become self-sufficient so that we don't need to go to businesses and ask them for donations, and we certainly don't want to have to ask you for council grants either. We want to increase tourism to the area. We want to engage local community and sporting groups in hosting food and beverage stalls. And that's not just at this event, but in the future as well, working in partnerships with them. We had the Surf Lifesaving Club run a bar at our event on the weekend, and they were able to generate funds to help them. The other ideas in relation to the allocations on fund depend on how much is actually raised. So we can't promise anything to anybody if we only sell 2,500 tickets, because it's just going to cover our costs. But we certainly do plan on selling more tickets than that if this is approved. The concert will be fully fenced with security fencing, and the Goolwa Community Association will hold a liquor licence. Local sporting and service clubs will then operate bars and food stalls under this licence. We are working closely with council staff to ensure full compliance with all event requirements. This includes development of a noise management plan in accordance with EPA guidelines, preparation of a comprehensive traffic plan including speed restrictions along Hutchinson Street, the engagement of a professional security company with a ratio of 1 guard per 250 patrons, and that is based on discussions with CBS. Originally, we were looking at 1 to 100, but they've classed us as potentially not that extreme based on the demographic of Goolwa and the type of music played. Coordination with local emergency services and first aid providers to ensure a safe environment, and also conducting a community consultation process with affected residents and stakeholders. The Oval Committee has given conditional support, and we are committed to restoring the Oval to its pre-event conditioning following the concert. Funds will be set aside to cover this, with inspections and checks to be completed within 2 weeks after the event. I have met with a representative from the Steam Ranger, and they are looking at promoting the event as well, and possibly doing a park and ride from Victor Harbour, Port Elliot and Middleton to bring people from there to ease the traffic congestion within Goolwa. The site plan that was proposed in the agenda has slightly changed, only in that the security fencing on the northern side will come in closer towards the Oval, allowing access to the back of the club rooms for the acts, emergency services and crew parking. I will supply a new site plan to Council once it has been finalised. The Riding Out the Bloom concert represents a unique opportunity for Goolwa, an opportunity to come together and generate tangible support for our community. The Goolwa Community Association, supported by a dedicated team of volunteers and experienced industry professionals, is committed to delivering a safe, successful and positive event for everyone involved. We respectfully request Council's endorsement and assistance in finalising the necessary approvals to approve the concert to proceed. We understand we have a lot of work to do. I have a lot of I's to dot and a lot of T's to cross before full permit approval is gained, and we are dedicated to doing that, everything that is required. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks very much, Tamara. And any questions? Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you so much, Tamara. I've seen some posters and or a little bit of information, and it just is so exciting. I can only imagine the volunteer hours going into this, so thank you. I did have a quick question just around the date of January 2026. Is that a particularly, I'm sure a lot of consideration went towards the date, and I just wondered if you could explain why particularly that date is what you've settled on?
Yeah, so one of the first things is we wanted to do it in summer when a lot of people already down this way from Adelaide. Also summer being potentially a better weather proposal, and also with what Daryl is available to do as well. So Daryl will be away in March, so we kind of can't move it a little bit, and we wanted to keep it within the school holidays as well.
Any further questions? Councillor Coomans.
Thanks, Tamara. This is going to be a fantastic event, and I hope that we're able to support it. It's going to be great for businesses and for visitation and all sorts of groups that are going to benefit from this. I'm just interested to know, Daryl Braithwaite, how did the idea come about, a person like that to come to Goolwa?
Yep, so this concert was actually originally brought to us by somebody who was helping us gain it. They knew Daryl when they were younger, so this is kind of how it all came to us.
Okay, the other question I had was in relation to one of the things you were required to do was to letterbox something like almost 600 properties around that. Did you get many complaints from any of those people?
We didn't receive one negative comment. There were 4 positive emails received, but no negative feedback.
None at all?
None at all.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not sure if any of you guys did receive any, but yeah, we certainly did not to our main inbox.
Any further questions, Tamara? No?
Thanks.
Well done.
Thank
Just that
you.
people know, but Tamara, as you know, between Christmas and the end of January, it's the busiest time of the year. After Australia Day, people leave town. So, good planning. Well on you. Thank you. 4.5 is a road deputation regarding road maintenance and traffic management on Chaunceys Line Road at Hartley. We have Miss Marion Harvey and Mr. Eric Harvey to make a deputation, so welcome. And do you need more than 5 minutes?
Probably about 5 more minutes.
5 more? Okay, everybody happy with that? Yep, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. Apology from our son Michael Harvey, who's busy with hopefully trying to bale hay, but might be a bit wet. Thank you to Councillors Craig Maidman and Sue Miller for responding to our petition concerning Chaunceys Line Road, Hartley, and our quarry concerns and the general future problems in Hartley. Reason for the unsealed part of Chaunceys Line Road to be upgraded to bitumen. At present, the Goolwa quarry has from 100 to 140 movements of trucks daily on the sealed part of Chaunceys Line, on which they provided the base for the Alexandrina Council to bitumise around 2002. A daily increase in heavy traffic from sand and mineral clay operators, other vehicles such as solo waste trucks, employees of peat soil, salt works and trucks to the Brinkley recycling, farmers and new homeowners in their light traffic. Next year, the Alexandrina Quarry will open a new limestone mine, planning to enter the above road at the same point as sand and clay site, using the unsealed 3 kilometres part of the Chaunceys Line Road. They plan to start with 40 movements of trucks a day. A bitumised turnout lane will be required, as should be for all quarry entrances. Entrance and exit is on a blind corner from the east section, belonging to the Murray Bridge Council. This needs to be, and half of the Alexandrina Council. It needs to have 150 metre vegetation clearance either way for anybody to see those trucks coming out. The road this year was ruined by so many B-double trucks travelling from the Goolwa Quarry Hartley site out and around to Malang's new wastewater treatment and the Tolderol Nature Reserve. Not once did the road get maintained. The following is the reason why we put a petition by the road for road users to sign. It became a rough potholed mess, as your photos show. Road team was contacted and said they will come in 2 weeks. Several men on shovels filled in existing bitumen road edge. The grader did not show up for 3 months, and this is 16 months since the road was last graded. At least they did a decent job by adding many truckloads of rubble to fill the holes, smooth and make a camber on the road for drainage, but never used the roadside previous spread out rubbish due to all the native overgrown vegetation. We are aware that the Alexandrina has submitted to the DEM in regards to Alexandrina Quarry mineral application, recommending that this Chaunceys Line Road needs to be sealed from the quarry gateway heading westwards for 3 kilometres to the existing bitumen road. Will the council submit more road negotiations for Pepper in their application? This road needs to be graded every 3 months until sealed. Will you approach the sand and clay people and Alexandrina Quarry to contribute to the upgrade of Chaunceys Line Road, as previously done by Goolwa Quarry? Roadside vegetation has not been cut back for many years, now needs a heavy pruning. Murray Bridge Council had made a lovely job of their part of the road, opening it up wide, clear vision for wide machinery and keeping the vegetation back from the roadside edges. Their roadside maintenance program is great. Other farmers with wide machinery use this section a lot. They are at the greatest risk. Narrow roads, blind bends, dense with overgrown vegetation. No room to pull over on blind bends. Can farmers please do their own pruning? Because I know they're quite happy to do it. And roads really are for vehicles. We need an 80-kilometre speed zone on this unsealed road hazard, including stop crossing sign about 200 metres before the property at 563 Chaunceys Line Road. We request that the Alexandrina Council apply for a Chaunceys Line Road grant for the following year, 26-27 budget, please. Is New Trog likely to use this road to their future location at Langlands Creek? There used to be only 2 homes out on the eastern part of Chaunceys Line Road up to the year 2000. Now there are 14 residentials and 2 quarries. Hartley is not a lone quiet speck in the North Ward anymore. It's a dumping and extraction ground. The noisy rumble of trucks 5 days a week, but a new quarry plans to operate 6 to 7 days a week, 12 hours a day if need be. Further on, at the Hartley Community and Corporate AGM, just recently 13 residents in the inner Hartley area have just submitted on Friday the 10th of October to the Alexandrina Council for a reduction of speed zone from 100 kilometres down to 80 kilometres for the first 2.2 kilometres from the Cullington Road intersection. They were not happy 2 years ago about the fast flow of all traffic, and it's got worse. The notorious Cullington Road, Chaunceys Line intersection is a disaster waiting to happen. Tight turns for trucks over open culverts. What does it take for the DIT and the council to fix this intersection up? We approached the DIT back in 2014, and they said someone has to die before they do anything. So still nothing's happened, fortunately. North Bremer Road may be the next, with another 4th mine wishing to apply for a mineral claim. Is the Alexandrina Council aware of a new hydroponics business plan for Hartley up Eramar Road? Eramar Road is a narrow side road by our home. We are trying to object to big truck traffic involved. Eramar Road and Chaunceys Lone Road is the only way these people can get in and out. So I thank you for the opportunity to state our concerns for the welfare of the Hartley residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions members have? No? So,
Thank you.
Marion, thank you very much for your time and thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we have another further deputation which is not in the agenda, and it's an item which I have a material conflict of interest in accordance with section 75C of the Local Government Act, and on that basis, that a matter involving that deputation request to be considered at the meeting would result in me gaining a benefit or suffering a loss of a direct non-pecuniary nature, depending on the outcome of Council's consideration of the matter. So I will leave the chamber and hand over to our Deputy Mayor, Councillor Oliver, to handle that item.
Thank you. In my capacity as Deputy Mayor, I have received and refused a request for deputation in relation to a complaint matter that is properly to be dealt with as a complaint under the Council's behavioural management policy. The proposed content of the deputation and legal advice received confirm the position and the attendant risks in allowing the deputation. It is properly a behavioural standards matter to be dealt with on a confidential basis in accordance with that framework. So I report this to the Council in accordance with Regulation 11.5 of the Meeting Regulations and recommend that Council support my decision. Thank you. We'll continue on. Thank you.
Thank you. We move to item 5, which is petitions, and 5.1 is a petition requesting road maintenance on Chaunceys Line Road, Hartley. There's a recommendation that petition that it be forwarded to the Infrastructure Division for assessment and a response provided to the head petitioner. Is there a mover, Councillor Gardner? The seconder, Councillor Coop. Councillor Maidment. No discussion on petitions, is there? No. So I'll put the recommendation to you. All those in favour?
Worship, point of body worship.
There's no, I just checked with Lachlan, there was no discussion on receiving a petition. We're simply receiving it and getting it processed. So there's no discussion regarding it. So I'll put that to you. All those in favour? Against? Let's start again. Against? That's all those in favour? Against? So it is carried. Item 6 is questions with notice. 6.1 is a question from Councillor Miller regarding St Andrew's Church, Strathalbyn Clock Tower maintenance. And that is our only question with notice. The question and the answer is contained within the agenda. Item 7 is questions without notice. Are there any questions without notice? Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Worship. A timber staircase was removed at Horseshoe Bay last week. It was the wooden one closest to the caravan park that connects Commodore Reserve to the beach. There is currently a barricade across where the entrance was and rails removed. Removal of infrastructure can cause significant community angst. So I'm asking if this staircase is being replaced. What is the project timeline? And if it is not being replaced, why not? And secondly, was information provided to the community at any stage, in particular the Port Elliot Town and Foreshore Improvement Association, who are highly engaged representatives of the community?
Through the Mayor, I'd have to take that on notice. If in those situations, if we're able to get some prior warning in terms of those questions, then we would be in a position to provide those responses to you, but I'm afraid I have to take that one on notice today.
Are there any other questions without notice? Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Worship. I have a question without notice that I will be seeking to have the question and the answer included in the minutes. And I have liaised with administration on this and provided notice, Your Worship. I ask further to the Angus Bremer Water Management Committee's correspondence to Alexandrina Council, in which the committee raised concerns regarding the movement of native fish within the Bremer and Angus River, regarding permanent structures potentially blocking the movement of native fish. Has this matter ever been raised before, and has any consideration or investigation ever been undertaken by Alexandrina Council regarding this matter? Thank you.
Through the Mayor, thank you for the question. So in response to that question, so further to that committee's correspondence with us dated the 18th of June 25, in which the committee raised concerns regarding the movement of native fish within the Bremer and Angus rivers, particularly around permanent structures potentially blocking the movement of those fish. We have, as far as I'm aware, not received anything from them previously, and that in this instance, to start it from the beginning, watercourses are not the jurisdiction or do not come under the remit of council. They come under the remit of the Landscape Board. The Landscape Board provide guidance, direction, and have the legislation and regulatory authority to deal with those matters within those watercourses. If there are blockages or suspected blockages or other entrapments or narrowing, where they might be, the Landscape Board is the appropriate authority to take those up with, not with council. If the matter is regarding something council's done, which wasn't clearly stated within the correspondence from the committee, then we would of course take that on board if we knew where the concern lay. But whenever council does work, as in any private or public entity that carries out work within the watercourse, they have to get a permit, a water affecting permit from the Landscape Board. Now that permit means that we have to provide a level of detail to sufficiently cover and satisfy the Landscape Board in terms of things like native or flora and fauna sitting within that watercourse. We have very recently had discussions with them over culverts that we're putting in other locations, and been through significant work, design work with them, to ensure that we're not doing what is being suggested within this letter. So from our perspective, we are doing what we need with the Landscape Board to get those water permits, and those permits are and should be providing better outcomes for those watercourses. As I said, they apply both to anyone that does work within a watercourse, including a landowner who has a watercourse through their property. Regardless of that watercourse is still under the Landscape Board, and it would still require permits to do work within them. So on that basis, what we've been asked by the committee to respond to isn't within our remit. If there is something going on that they're concerned about, that they think council has been involved in, I would like to know what that is so that we can look at that and go back to them directly on that.
Thank you, Alan. Are there any further questions? Councillor Miller. Sorry, we need a resolution of council to have that the question and the answer recorded in the minutes. So does somebody to move that we do that? Councillor Livingston, seconder, Councillor Oliver. All those in favour? So they can go in the minutes. Next question, Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Worship. Sorry, I thought I moved that it be included in the minutes, but I'm very grateful that it's been supported to be included in the minutes. I just have a question going back to the petition, and I just wanted to mainly seek to clarify that the petition, whilst it wasn't included in the agenda, it was actually seeking maintenance, repair and maintenance of Chaunceys Line Road, but it was also requesting consideration by council for sealing of the last 3 kilometres, and that wasn't clear in the officer's report. So my question, I guess, given I need to frame this as a question, is why didn't the officer's report note that it was also, the petition was also seeking to consider sealing the last 3 kilometres of Chaunceys Line Road? Thank you.
Through the Mayor, thank you for the question. The response to the petition, or in fact the recommendation now in the motion, is that the Infrastructure Division will take that on board and go back to the head petitioner in regards to what we are planning to do or what could be done. And that's what we intend to do. What we provided in that response was just to say that we had actually been out there and done some work on the road. And also, in terms of what other information I've provided to you today around that, around what is our own standards around maintenance of that road, and at the same time also what the costs may be in relation to sealing that road, and also to say that it's not currently part of our delivery plan or long-term financial plan. So any upgrade of that road, which it would be an upgrade from unsealed to sealed, would need to be something that would be considered in future years. So the next opportunity would be through the budget planning process for 2026-27.
Thank you, Alan. Are there any further questions? Councillor Scott.
I just wondered if we could have an update on the progress of the traffic management study for Port Elliot. That's been going on for quite a long time, and the alterations, some of the alterations that have been suggested and are needy in there. There's been no report on that for quite a while.
Thank you. Through the Mayor. The Port Elliot Master Plan includes quite a lot of detail and feedback that we receive from the community about traffic studies in and around Port Elliot. Actions that are coming out of that master plan will be presented in accordance with our long-term financial plan and each annual plan. There's no current plans aside from the advocacy work that we're doing with the state government around the bypass at this point.
Are there any other questions?
Can I have a follow-up to that, please? One in particular that I'm getting asked about frequently is the blocking off of the last 3 car parks on Montpellier Terrace where it joins North Terrace. It is, in anyone's language, it is quite a dangerous situation, people backing out into the oncoming traffic that quickly comes round the corner. I don't see it as being a major operation to block off those first 3 car parks. And, can that be expedited at all so that because there is a safety concern?
Through the Mayor, we'll have to take that on notice and do some investigations and get back to you.
Thank you, Matt. Are there any further questions without notice? Not, we'll move to item 8, which is notice of motions. 8.1 is a notice of motion from Councillor Oliver regarding the policy for the use of proceeds from asset sales. Councillor Oliver, you wish to move it and speak to it?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mayor. This is a very simple motion to support the financial sustainability of Council. It seeks simply to clarify the use of funds from any surplus asset sales. Recently, there's been a lot of work done on our surplus assets, and it's been discussed on several occasions, what will we do with any proceeds? And it's been put forward that an option could be to establish some sort of kitty, put the funds in a kitty, and then survey relevant local community and see what they want to spend the money on. This motion seeks to clarify the use of that such that it gets allocated to debt reduction and not to new spontaneous projects. I hope that you'll support this. Thank you.
Do we have a seconder for that? A seconder? No, so I'm sorry, Councillor Oliver, that will lapse through want of a seconder. Right, 8.2 is notice of motion from Councillor Miller regarding roadside vegetation management outside of townships for the budget 2026-27 for consideration. It's moved. Councillor Miller, do you wish to speak to it?
Yes, thank you, Worship. I won't repeat all of my background that's printed in the agenda. That's the reason why I've put this motion on notice. I do want to acknowledge Sam Borrett and Brad Connor for their deputations tonight. They articulated better than I ever could the lived experience of the issues that we're facing in the rural areas of our council, and I think we have to remember, and maybe it's time for a tour, another tour, that we cover a very broad area, and I just think they articulated perfectly the issues that they're all facing. I'm delighted that Councillor Coomans suggested that when we have this briefing session, we invite Brad and Sam and members of the Malang Ag Bureau. And I just wanted to point out, I put this motion on notice because Sam and Brad had originally requested to present in Strathalbyn. So back in September, we didn't know that this workshop was happening and it hadn't been scheduled. So I'm absolutely delighted that there is a workshop. And I understand from the officer's response that that's going to be on the 27th of October. So my motion is just seeking to ensure that that workshop occurs in a time frame that allows for consideration in 2026-27 budget when we're formulating that. Because I think we all acknowledge that to get some uplift and immediate response will require some additional resourcing and budget. And I think we have to explore every possible opportunity where our rural community can assist with this. And so this isn't asking for any money. This is asking that the workshop really turns our mind to, for all the reasons that I've included in the background of my motion, that we turn our mind to how we can solve this problem. I travel regularly interstate and I travel regularly through rural city of Murray Bridge, and you can tell when you have entered Alexandrina Council. That's not a criticism, it is just a simple observation. And when farmers are moving expensive equipment throughout our district, through all seasons, it is very challenging. So I hope that you'll support, someone will second this to ensure that the workshop that we have provides some real opportunity for discussion and questioning and consideration of options, and I'm assuming that we will extend an invitation to others to observe, as Councillor Coomans has said, but this has been an ongoing issue that has been raised. I've only been on council for 3 years, and every agricultural advisory committee meeting that I've been to, this has been an issue. So it's great to hear from the community and have them articulate it, and I hope that someone will second this, just to note it. Thank you.
And do we have a seconder? Councillor Scott. Any discussion? Councillor Coomans.
Thank you, Mayor Parks. Look, I'm not sure whether a tour is the way to go, because I think we need to take more than a cut lunch to see some of the issues that are out there. I've had previous pushes for increase in roadside verge budgets, and there's been some little success, but obviously it hasn't been enough. I've met with farmers and I've seen the difficulty they have in moving their machinery from one paddock to another via the road structure, and some of those farm implements are rather large and they do need a fair bit of clearance. So it's something that's quite important. I'm very glad that Brad did mention that the farmers are out there to help. If they can help, they will. And there is issues about them doing that. One of the other things that also came up was in relation to pine trees. You know, pine trees are something that are basically a menace. And one of the suggestions made was any young pine trees, let's cut them now and not wait 25 years and spend megabucks in trying to get rid of them. And I thought that was quite a reasonable one as well. So I really hope that it'll be a good attendance for that workshop and that we get something worthy out of it, and we will need some consideration for the next budget.
Any further questions, Councillor Nicholson?
Thank you, Worship. I'd just briefly like to speak in support of this motion as well, just adding to what's already been said. I recently spoke to a farmer who expressed their frustration with council's, I suppose, lack of moving on this, and you know, their words were, we've basically given up. We've raised this over and over again, so I think it's great. I think it's definitely something that we must consider. It appears to me, you know, and I'm sure it's obvious to everybody else, it needs increased investment as we are able, but also I think council needs to get out of the way as much as we can as well. We've got very capable people in our communities who, you know, I've been told would happily, as Councillor Coomans mentioned earlier, manage over their fence line onto council verges, but you know, that's not something they're currently able to do. So, really worthwhile. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Councillor Livingston.
Thank you, Mayor Parks. Just noting the significance of this, and in particular this evening, wondering whether the mover and seconder would be open to adding a bullet point to the motion to make sure that council formally invites the deputies this evening to this workshop, to make sure that the date and time is formally provided.
A movement a second to have you with that to go up there. We've already mentioned it. We've already invited them. You can put it in writing if you want to, but probably not necessary. But it's up to the mover and seconder.
I just would hate to see the date pushed out. If we've got the October 27th, I think we'll find that people will make themselves available. But if I'm happy to include in there that we invite them.
Yes or no, thank you. We're not going to change the date. We're not talking about changing any dates. It's just a yes or no. We are going to accept it. No? No? Okay, so no. Being told, is there any further discussion? So before I give you your right of reply, I'll just have a little bit to say. So Sam and Brad, we didn't talk about bushfires, and so I've spoken this in this chamber, and it's on record for many years. If you go back to 2009, the bushfires in Victoria, the worst fires in Victoria's history. In 2012, the coroner found the most significant cost of the spread of the fire was roadside vegetation acting as a wick. If you go and look at the more recent serious fires on Kangaroo Island, I visited Kangaroo Island a month after the bushfires. There were paddocks that were absolutely untouched, and the roadsides were a charred mess where the fire had gone down the roadside vegetation. Now, if you go through Victoria countryside now, you will drive down roads and you will find neat verges cleared back and vegetation controlled, because the Victorian Government and Native Vegetation Council in Victoria allowed councils to allow farmers, and as Brad mentioned, they're more than happy to help, not do the whole job, but if a farmer helps a bit, it significantly reduces that workload. But to allow farmers, with the permission from council, to go along and tidy vegetation on their roadsides. And they've been saying for years they're happy to do it. So that's the way to go. And the evidence is there. It's clear as clear. You can read the coroner's report. If you do Mr. Google, it'll come up. So, Councillor Miller, I'll give you a right of reply.
Thank you, Worship. Actually, thank you for covering some of the closing remarks I was also going to make. It is actually Victoria that I travel to, and you can clearly see that there has been some affirmative and positive action taken in regards to this. I just want to be really clear that it's a proactive, positive approach, and I think you'll find from Brad and Sam that they are wanting to be proactive and help us address this problem. And I accept and acknowledge that there are biodiversity corridors that roads provide, but I think the balance has simply swung too far. And we now have a safety issue, and it is a bushfire risk issue. And for all those many reasons, I'm really looking forward to this workshop that we're going to have to just get a little bit of balance and a plan. It may take years, and the resourcing will be challenging, but if we let our rural community actually, who probably have as good a knowledge as anyone about how to manage vegetation, and they are all very much wanting to care for the land, so I think we just have to get the balance right, and it's out of whack in our council. So thank you all very much for, I hope, supporting this, and thank you, Mayor Parkes, for your words as well. Thank you.
That ends the discussion, so I'll put the motion to you. All those in favour? Against? It's carried unanimously. We go to 8.3, which is a motion from Councillor Miller regarding St Andrew's Church, Strathalbyn, town clock maintenance responsibility. It's moved by Councillor Miller. Do you wish to speak to it?
Just very briefly, Your Worship. This was following on from the deputation that we had in September, and it's not asking for any money, it's asking for us to consider, when we do the budget next year, honouring a resolution of the former council, or before we amalgamated, to just explore and provide some support to how we could do that to maintain the clock in the tower, not the tower itself, but just the clock. And so it's not asking for any money, it's just asking that we consider, when we do the budget, revisiting this previous decision of council.
Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Worship. You know, I think when the community comes to us with initiatives, we really owe it to them to consider it. So I think this is a worthwhile discussion that the Chamber can have in the lead up to the next budget. Thank you.
Any Councillor Kermans?
I don't support this. I think the days when clocks in towers like this are probably partially used by date in a sense, because I think everyone wears a watch these days, everyone's got a mobile phone, and I reckon finding the time is a pretty straightforward and easy thing to do. What I prefer to see is that there may be a possibility of some form of granting. We do have a granting program that runs every year, and maybe there might be a once-off grant to assist them, but for council to actually take responsibility for the clock when it's not on council land. Not sure that I'd be able to support it, and to consider it, it only delays the decision of council anyway. So it would seem to me that things going on and off, but anyway. Because the other thing I think of is, I've got 2 churches in my area which require some 10 TLC as well. And I'm sure there's lots of other churches in the council area. None of them pay rates. And maybe they're all in need as well. So I can't support this one, and not worthy of consideration.
Any further discussion? Councillor Oliver.
Similar to Councillor Coomans, I'd like to know if there are any grant opportunities or other ways that we can assist, such as helping them to write a grant from application with someone else, or any other form of advocacy that we could do. So I would have liked to have understood what the options were before being asked to consider this.
Any Councillor Scott?
I think it'd be helpful if this goes ahead to have number 3 with the agreement of the mover and the seconder, that some indicative amount be arrived at as to just to allocate funds. That tells us nothing. If we've got an idea of what maintenance of a clock like that involves, so when we do consider the budget, we've got the figures in front of us, that I think would be very helpful. I'd like to see that included in the motion. But the other suggestion is, of course, that it be funded by the residents of Strathalbyn. It is a sort of an iconic thing in their town, and it could be a GoFundMe type thing if it's, but we don't know what's needed. So I think it's, so that's why I suggest we have number 3 for an investigation into what the funds required would be.
The mover and the seconder are happy to have that included? Yep. Okay, so that can go in there. Oh, we have to say, we have to put it to the council, chamber, don't we? Leave with the meeting. So the leave of the meeting to include it. All those in favour? Against? So that's okay. It can be included. Happy with that? Movement second, happy with that? Okay. Is any further discussion? Councillor Gardner.
I too will be voting against this. There's a very nice clock in the Anglican Church in Goolwa. They haven't asked for funding. Maybe they too would want funding for the maintenance of their clock. I'm just really worried about the creep that goes on in this chamber with just little things that need to be done in the community. I'm not suggesting that this is not a worthwhile project. What I am saying is we have a budget and we need to stick to it.
Any further discussion? Councillor Livingston.
Yes, I would be supporting this motion. I can appreciate what other members are saying. However, my interpretation of this motion is nothing other than to consider funding during the next budget process. So I have absolutely no issue. Likewise, we do for any other project.
Any further discussion? So before you have a right of reply, I'll just remind you that the people from St Andrew's Church, when they spoke to us in Strathalbyn, didn't ask us to pay for it. They asked us to help them get the funding. There's a big difference. We've just been through a budget process. We're looking at the future. We've got a long-term financial plan. So I just urge elected members, before you put something up for us to spend money on, tell us what you're going to not spend it on. because we haven't got the money. And so, and as Councillor Gardner mentioned, the church here is the same. Now, the Anglican diocese, like the Catholic Church, has got more money than you can imagine. They've got properties all over the place. Why can't they fix the clock? It's their church, their asset, their building is their asset. It's not, you know, the community love it, it's part of the community, but it's owned by the diocese. And I'm 100% behind. I had a suggestion where we possibly could get the funding for this clock for them, but I haven't had the opportunity to speak to the people in the group who are funding projects all over the place, and for such things as this. So I'm still with the people in St Andrew's Church, 100% behind supporting them to get the money, get it from somewhere else.
Thank you, Worship. I agree with everything that everyone has said, actually. The nuance here is that there's an unacted resolution. That was the point that I was making, and it was the research that the St Andrew's Church had done. I'm not asking for any money. I'm asking to acknowledge that there was an unenacted resolution of the former council, the Strathalbyn Council, and the answers are all in my question on notice about this. So I'm just trying to, I guess, ease everyone into, we're not asking to make a decision tonight. Tonight's decision is about considering revisiting that resolution and how council can help. And the decision as to what comes out, if this goes in, is a decision for when we do the budget next year. I'm sure there'll be other things that come up. So this isn't asking to allocate any money tonight. It is just seeking to acknowledge the resolution from 1997, and if we can find and assist the committee to find other funds and make this work as part of their overall project, which they are raising money for, to restore the church. You know, our council has a reputation for honouring history, and we are a leader in conserving our history. So that's all this is asking, just to please consider it when we do the budget. And I thank Councillor Scott for his enhancement. I think that would be really helpful. Thank you.
So that ends the discussion. I'll put the motion to you. All those in favour? Against? So that's a tied vote. So I will have the status quo and I will vote against it. Thank you. It's lost. (8.4) is a motion from Councillor Scott regarding car parking at Horseshoe Bay, Port Elliot. You move it, Councillor Scott, you wish to speak to it?
Yes, thank you. Your Worship, all my life the parking in Horseshoe Bay has been at a premium. Since I've been in council, it's been addressed some years ago with 2-hour parking limits on the parks, and in a walk around that I had in Port Elliot the other day, looking at the climate mitigation stuff and Horseshoe Bay generally, I could see the potential to create, and I say that figuratively, 10 or 11 car parks on the left side of the road leading down into there. Yes, it will look different when you do it. It needs a retaining wall coming from the anchor down to the corner of the bowling green, and needs to be backfilled with rubble and a cap put on it. But angle parking, I believe there is potential for increased parking. So if you go and use 2-hour parks and you've got 10 there, 11 there, I was slightly wrong when I said 60. It'll be over 50 extra parks per day. And no, it will be, because it'll go on into the night for the flying fish. So potentially there are 60 extra parking opportunities there. It's got a yellow line down it. I have seen people drive onto the lawn and park on the lawn there, which is a bit perilous, because if you have a downpour rain, you won't get off the lawn. And what's more, parks and lawns and everything, I presume, not creating extra parks in an area where it is absolutely at a premium to have parking there, and it will only get worse. So the need for it will only increase. So this is my suggestion. I was a little intrigued in the administration comments that there's been no, it hasn't been just investigated, see if it's feasible. That's what this motion is all about. To have a look at it, see if it's feasible. Not saying go and do a cut and fill straight away. Have a look at it, see if it's going to work, because we might just pick up 50, 60 extra cars. Thank you.
So do we have a seconder? Councillor Oliver. You speaking to it? Yeah. No. Is there any discussion? Councillor Coomans.
Look, in principle, I agree that parking is critical in Horseshoe Bay. It's a real issue down there. But to me, the motion's got the resolution in it already, and I'd prefer that the staff actually do take this on board, investigate the provision of additional parking, whatever that may be, because it's a real need for the Surf Lifesaving Club, the beach users, the bowling club, local businesses. It's critical, that extra parking. I've been there a number of times, and I'm going round and round in circles looking for a car park. So it needs to be investigated, but I'm a little bit reluctant to support this on the basis that the answer is angle parking on the eastern side of the cutting. I'm not sure that's the whole answer, and maybe I could foreshadow that, yes, there is an investigation undertaken for additional parking in the Horseshoe Bay area, and if this fails, then I'll certainly be happy to move that.
Any further discussion? Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, Councillor Scott, for bringing this. I think, the parking is certainly an issue at Horseshoe Bay, and it would be an important priority for the community. However, we are currently awaiting feedback on our strategic delivery plan, and I just wonder whether this discussion would be better saved for when we're actually finalising that plan. If this is a project that our community wants brought forward, it certainly would be probably the time and place to do that within the strategic delivery plan and look at in the coming year's budgets where it would best fit and what would need to be shuffled further back, because as we know, we are in the position of needing to maintain our financial sustainability. We can't add things in without taking other things out or shuffling. So I won't support this motion as it is, only because I look forward to further discussing it when we look at the strategic delivery plan. Thank you.
Any further?
Yeah, I too think this is jumping the gun a little, and our staff have got enough to do without looking into this matter at this particular point in time. I agree with Councillor Nicholson that wait and see what the community say about this. It's not too long to wait. I do understand that there is an issue with parking in the area, and like I said, let the staff concentrate on what they've got to do currently. We've heard that in some departments they're under pressure, and I would suggest that the infrastructure department has got plenty to do with all the demands placed upon them.
Is any further discussion? So before you have a right of reply, sorry, it's been seconded. Yeah, yep. That's why we discussed it. Yeah, I would have preferred to see this sort of recommendation or request to come via the Port Elliot Town and Foreshore people, asking us to include it in the plan, not let them consider it first, and then they'll come to us, because they do a lot of work. Every year they walk around the whole area, and they've got a list they've given us for years of things that they'd like to see done. This has never come up, and we know car parking's an issue, but I'm sure they'd be more than happy to give us their opinion on it. That should be part of the discussion. But Councillor Scott.
Yes, certainly I would, because I'm seeking expert advice on whether it's feasible. It's no use it going to Town of Horseshoe, them chewing it over, if it's not even feasible. We start here, and as I see it, and the engineers look at it and say, yes, that can be done, it's not very difficult, retaining wall and backfill, and yes, and I pick angle parking because you get the most parking. No use doing parallel because you'll lose too much. Trying to get the maximum out of it. Put some ornamental bushes down on the side, so from the bowling green side, it's covered with vegetation, and it could be good. But let's see whether it's feasible before we get too excited about it. That's all I'm asking. Then it can be either included in a budget, can be chewed over and discussed by the Town of Horseshoe whether they even want the parking there. But if we don't know whether it's feasible, if it's not feasible, it's no use wasting time on it. So that's why I'm asking for that sort of thing now. And I believe it is, sorry to disagree with others, but I believe it is the right way to go. So we can, if the experts say no good, won't waste time on it. Just move on to something else. But it's certainly crucial in the summertime, I can tell you.
Thank you. End of the discussion. I'll put the motion to you. All those in favour? 3, 4. Against? That's 4. So it's another tied vote, so I'll vote against it, and I'll ask the Port Elliot Town and Foreshore to let me know what they think before we waste money getting an engineer's report. Thank you. That's lost.
A question. I didn't foreshadow a motion. Is that now irrelevant?
Yes, you did. Yep, you got a foreshadowed motion. So, Councillor Coomans, you wish to move and speak to it?
Well, I would. I want to get this on the record, because certainly discussions I've had with the community is that the parking in that area is a real issue. So I'd like to get on the record in terms of making it a general request for administration to investigate the improvement of the parking facilities in Horseshoe Bay. And it may well be, you've suggested, that it might come back as some community consultation from the local group who might sort of support it or whatever. But I'd just like to get it on the record that it's an issue we need to look at. And that's solely what I'm asking for this. And I've got no date on it.
Okay. Do we have a second, Councillor Livingston? We can speak to it. Oh, sorry, Alan, did you wish to speak to that?
Thank you, Mayor, for that opportunity to just say that you heard Matt not so long ago talk about the master plan for Port Elliot. Within that master plan is a range of matters that relate to parking. So only less than 12 months ago, this chamber approved several master plans, including the Port Elliot one, and the actions that sit within them. And those actions cover, as I said, a range of matters, including parking and traffic management. I would suggest that as that work's been done, and you as a chamber have endorsed those things, that those are the things you revisit, those are the things you look at, particularly through the delivery plan, where they're either sitting on strategic hold or they're sitting within the priority listing. All those actions are in there. That's the place I suggest you look first before we initiate a brand new investigation.
Thanks, Alan. Is any further discussion? Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Worship, and I appreciate the opportunity just to explain why I also won't be supporting this motion, because I see it as also committing council resources right now to an investigation when we haven't had the opportunity to consider feedback from our communities, which is currently being undertaken on the priorities for strategic planning. These types of projects will be included in that process, and I believe that is the best time to have these discussions and start to shuffle projects ahead or behind each other over the coming years. It's not because I don't think this is a worthwhile project. It's not because I don't want to see a project like this delivered for Horseshoe Bay and Port Elliot and our region. It's just that I think this discussion is best had in the strategic way that we have set out as a chamber. Thank you.
So is there any further discussion? Mr. Miller?
Thank you, Worship. I voted for the previous one, but I won't be voting for this one based on the advice that Mr. Harvey's just provided to us now. I can see the merit in that, and my question was actually going to be around what's the status of the master plan, and that's been answered, so I won't be supporting this one.
So is there any further discussion? If not, Councillor Coombs, do you wish to have your right of reply?
Look, I appreciate all the comments made, but I think this is important enough that it should be on the books. And I haven't put a timeline in, but it's something that needs to be taken on board in whatever happens, master plans and everything, that this is important.
So that ends the discussion, so I'll put the motion to you. All those in favour? 4 again. It's becoming a bad habit. 4, so that's a tied vote. So I will again...
Have you asked for against?
No, against was 4. Sorry, 4. Sorry, it was 4. But against, I'm sure there's going to be 4. Yep. So it's a tied vote. So again, I'll leave it with the status quo, which is I'll vote against it. So it stays as it is currently. Thank you. That doesn't mean it can't come back from the town and foreshore people and be in the consideration. So that's lost. 9 is administration reports. 9.1 is a portion of West Creek Road closure options. There's a recommendation with Group A and B, so we'll do Group A first. Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Worship. I just wish to declare a material conflict of interest due to a related party doing work for West Creek Partners, and I will be leaving the room. Thank you.
Right, we'll start again. So administration reports. 9.1 is the portion of West Creek roads closure options. So Tash, is there any updates on that report?
No further updates.
Are there any questions for clarification? If not, we'll do recommendation Group A first. Is there a mover for that? Move Councillor Livingston. Second, Councillor Gardner. Is there any discussion? Not, I'll put the recommendation. All that in favour? Against? That's carried unanimously. Then we go to Group B, and that's a recommendation with 4 points. Move Councillor Maidment.
Can I make an amendment to that?
Well, if you're going to do it now as you're moving it, yes. Can you turn your microphone on?
So I'd like to take out 3 and 4 and insert 5 and 6, which is in the body of the report under road closure. And I can speak to that if you wish right now.
That's on page 60 of the agenda. Then it says that council 5 and 6. So yes, you can speak to it while Tanya's putting that up.
Okay. Well, the McInernys came to us in good faith asking for some action on that portion of West Creek Road. We did get some opposition against that, the closure of the road and sale to the McInernys. They've subsequently agreed that they don't wish to purchase the land outright, but they'd still like to proceed with the closure of the road, and are happy to revegetate portions of it. The reasons being that they are concerned about the amount of trucks and dust that's created along that road, the cost to council for future years to maintain the road. It was coming up for resheeting, and they saw an opportunity to save council a considerable amount of money by not having to do that. That's why I've considered taking out number 4. The security aspect of it for the landowners, they own all that land along both sides of the road, all the way down to the intersection with Kangaroo Road, and they felt that it would not be an inconvenience, a terrible inconvenience for people to use an alternative route, which is almost parallel to the one on West Creek Road. So to ask for $5,000 to recoup costs, I presume those costs are staff costs, so there's no expenditure of any other monies on that. So I think that was a bit of an ask, and I would hope that you'd support this.
So there was a second. Do we have a seconder? So Oliver, and do you wish to speak to it? So is any discussion? Councillor Scott, yes or no? Yes. Thank you.
I think this is a reasonable resolution to the problem. It is ludicrous for us to spend $75,000 or so to resheet a road that is running parallel, almost parallel, figuratively speaking, don't hold me to that, but figuratively speaking, to join a road a few hundred yards down the track. And what's more, we resheet it now, but it's going to be resheeted again in due course. We won't probably be in council then, but it'll need to be resheeted. We resheet roads on a regular basis every 10 years or so it'll already be 100 and something thousand next time. We just stop the traffic going down there, put some trees in it, and let them go around there. However, I would suggest that and I apologise for not going down there and looking at this, but just looking at the map, I think that sharp corner needs to have probably some treatment in due course, but I don't know what it looks like. It may be the whole of the road on both sides is taken up with the road. There may be no verge there at all, but it's like a 7:30 corner. It's really abrupt, really sharp, and may benefit from some treatment. But as I say, this will be a major cost saving to the council, and it's not really, in spite of what was said, it's not an inconvenience to drive. I guess equivalent would be driving round, instead of driving down Dorset Street, you go round past the Australasian and down the street there. It's only that sort of distance, as I understand it, that we're talking about, not much anyway. So when you consider the amount of money, and then the ongoing grading of the road, it still has to be graded every 3 or 4 times a year, or whatever it takes. May not be as much as that, maybe a lower grade, but that sort of thing. So I think this is a good, sensible compromise to the whole problem. Thank you.
Councillor Nicholson, can you speak to it?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm really not sure which way to go with this one because, the consultation that we have done so far didn't indicate strong support for closing the road to vehicles, and I just wonder if changing, the proposal to revegetating it versus selling it would change that feedback. But, on the other hand, I recognise that there's a possibility that it could. The mover might have more information to share. And potentially, in a third round of consultation, Council could illuminate the benefits that Councillor Scott was talking about to the community for their consideration. But I don't feel particularly confident that the consultation feedback will be more positive than negative. So yeah, I look forward to any closing remarks to just help me make a decision.
Is there any further discussion? Councillor Mayman, do you wish to have your right of reply?
So in closing, we still need to take this to community consultation and engagement on this proposal. This is just the McEnany's preferred position at this point in time after discussing various other options prior. And I understand that there may be more interest garnered from this proposal, and we'll just wait and see how that pans out. There's no decisions being made tonight on whether the road's being closed or not. It's just putting it on the table for the community to come out and say what they want. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay, just clarifying something. So that ends the discussion. So I'll put the recommendation to you. All those in favour? Against? Against? That's carried unanimously. I'll have to get Councillor Miller back, please. Yeah. So 9.2 is the Goolwa Wharf one-way traffic flow, a proposed community engagement. So Alan, is there any changes to or updates on that report? No? Are there any questions for clarification? Just going out for a community engagement, thank goodness. So if not, they've got a recommendation there with 3 dot points. So is there a mover for that? Councillor Nicholson, you wish to speak to it? Councillor Gardner, you're seconding it?
Yes.
And you wish to speak to it?
Through the Mayor, this is a very sensible solution. On the weekends when the markets are on, it is chaos down there with two-way on Cutting Road and around into Dunbar Road as well, up into Porter Street. So I think it's a good solution.
Is there any further discussion? Councillor Oliver?
Just very briefly, I think the long vehicle parking is extremely important and it's a real gap at the moment. Thank you.
Any further? Councillor Scott?
Yeah, look, this is a great attempt to overcome a problem that I guess we could all see coming with the increased activity down there. And I have no issue with all the yellow lines. My concern is where we, and I've voiced this before, where we come out from Porter Street onto the main road, onto Hay Street. And I'm wondering, and I'm prepared to make it a number 4 if necessary in the motion, that there be some alteration to the speed of the traffic coming round the corner by the Australasian. If we are going to have long vehicle parking, which will mean cars and caravans, and they have to come out up Porter Street and turn out onto Hay Street with a slow-moving vehicle, like, I mean, if you're in a Corolla, you can just zip round the corner in between the traffic. You can't do that with a Land Cruiser and a 18, 20-foot caravan. And it concerns me that people come up the main street, up Cadell Street, gain a bit of speed as they go past the old post office or the VIC, and they whip round that corner and they're onto people. It's really hard getting out of Porter Street when it's busy. And I'm wondering, and I'm happy to take advice on this, but I'm wondering if we reduce the speed limit from the VIC to past Hay Street, perhaps to the what was the whistle stop or something like that, so as to just calm the traffic down, because I really worry about how this is all going to pan out in the future. And I would be keen to put it as number 4, that in conjunction with the above, that there is a reduction in the speed around that corner.
Thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity to speak. As you're aware, setting of speed limits is the remit of the Department of Infrastructure and Transport, and part of the process, whenever we talk about speed limit changes, is to undertake, at the very minimum, a traffic survey to ascertain the actual speed of those vehicles, because the perception of speed can be quite different to the actual speed of vehicles. So what I'm happy to do is, as part of a report coming back, which will talk to, subject to what council wish to do with the community consultation, if they wish to progress it, we can put surveys down and check the speed of that road and bring the information back at the same time. And just to advise, there are advisory speed limits on that corner already.
Look, thank you. That's addressing it, and that's all I wanted done, but I believe there is a real problem. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Councillor Livingston.
Thank you, Mayor Parkes. I'm with Councillor Scott on this one. I'm not sure I'd agree with the proposal, but I'm definitely interested to see what the community consultation is. As much as people might say the perception of speed, people go quite fast on Hay Street. There's little kids, there's elderly. We are encouraging people to visit the wharf from the main street. And if we can advocate with the department to reduce the speed, then I think we should do so. I do have a question, which is a separate project, but just wanting to see an update in relation to the crossings on Hay Street.
Through the Mayor, thank you for the question. I understand that they're in tendering, so I understand it with the team to get a contractor in place. So I can't give you any more information on those at the moment until we have got some certainty around who's on board.
Any further discussion? So before I hand it to Councillor Nicholson to either reply, I've got some strong feelings about this plan. I don't have a problem with the speed being reduced on Hay Street. Great idea, but let's do the consultation first, and then when we're finished with all that, put it as a package together, then go to DIT and ask them to look at it. But it wouldn't be a section of Hay Street; it would be the lot. But when we look at the wharf itself and the traffic movements in the wharf precinct, my concerns are Dunbar Terrace and the wharf main road between the distillery shed and the wharf shed. So here we go. We spent hundreds of thousands of dollars designing the wharf precinct, and we did traffic studies on it. The traffic study on it was almost the same as this, except Dunbar was two-way, because there is less pedestrian traffic on Dunbar, and it's also closer to the markets, and it's got some parking, more parking down it. Also, along the road, what they call Wharf Precinct Road, the road between the distillery shed and the wharf shed, it's a much heavier trafficked area for push bikes and people walking and enjoying that. That's what they're down there for. They're down there to get to the wharf, so you're right on the wharf. But the other problem with it is, when you get to the end of it, there's a roundabout behind the distillery shed. Fleurieu go down there to empty the rubbish bins. They can't get around the roundabout. So every time we spend money fixing the vegetation and making it look nice, and then it rains, we come back and there's the double axle tracks through it where the truck got told to get round. And that, in the original plan, that roundabout disappeared, and they flattened that corner out and made it a much more pleasant drive through. It also allowed for future innovation in that precinct as far as tourism attractions. So, which aren't part of any plan, but they're just things that have been thought of in the long-term future. So I've got no problem with it, except I would like to see it go back to Dunbar being two-way and the Wharf Precinct Road being one-way, and flatten that round, get rid of that roundabout, flatten it out, make it safer, and it doesn't affect anything else, but it just makes it, and that's what we had in the original plan. So I'll just, you know, we spent a lot of money on that plan, and yeah, just stick with it. So, Councillor Nicholson, do you want to speak right of reply? No? So I'll put the recommendation to you. All those in favour? Against? That's carried unanimously. (9.3) is a proposed major event, a fundraising concert at the Goolwa Oval Recreation Precinct. We have a recommendation with 3 points. So is there a mover for that? Move, Councillor Livingston. Do you wish to speak to it?
Thank you, Mayor Parkes. Just briefly, I think this is a great idea. My main concern was in relation to protecting the grounds, but I can see that that has been provided for with the special conditions. In my view, we need to support local organisations like this who are delivering outcomes for our community. Thank you.
Councillor Coombs, you wish to second it? Yeah, sorry.
Yes, Mayor Parkes, and I would like to say a few words on this. Being a muso from way back, I just want to provide a little bit of background here. Darryl Braithwaite, an Australian music icon, born in 1949, was the lead singer of Sherbet from 1970 onwards, one of the biggest bands for some 10 years, and is remembered with such songs as the Days Go By and How's That, solo albums, Out on the Fringe, Edge, Rise, Taste of Salt, The Lemon Tree, etc. Remember You're the World? You're My World, which went to #1 and sold over 90,000 copies. So he is indeed a music icon, and he wants to come to Goolwa because of a group of people, or maybe one person, organised that it would happen. He was King of Pop 3 times. He's a renowned producer and engineer, is an inductee in the ARIA Hall of Fame, is in the same league, I think, as John Farnham, Normie Rowe, who also came to Goolwa a little while ago, and it was a fantastic show. Maybe Jimmy Barnes also. So he's coming to Goolwa, and unfortunately, and I don't like criticising anyone, but there was very little active support, as far as I can see, from this council. In fact, council members weren't even asked their thoughts when the idea first raised. I was one of the 300 to 400,000 who were there when the Beatles came to Adelaide in 1964. And the government and the Adelaide Council and other councils couldn't do enough to support an event like that. And yet, I don't think we've done very much here at all. We've imposed so many restrictions, special conditions, and rather than getting behind the concert and arranging things like traffic management and bathroom facilities and waste removal, taking care of emergency landings for a helicopter and maybe some sight afterwards, this is what a can-do council would have done. They were made to letter drop nearly 600 properties in the locality, and then indeed because of some miscommunication they did it twice, done by a handful of volunteers. In addition, they walked Cadell Street, spoke to all the businesses, were at the Rotary Market the other Sunday on Facebook, posters, and the result from all of that is not one complaint about the event. There were complaints about other matters, but that's another story. However, it appears there was one complaint about not liking the music of Darryl, although he added that he'd heard worse. So they have completed the traffic management plan, risk management plan, temporary toilets plan, waste management plan. Indeed, they are investigating a plastic-free event. How good is that? We're charging them $15,000 for oval turf remediation post-event. They cannot even utilise the existing club rooms because of risk management done by the production people, because the steps from the club room to the Oval are too steep. And if there's any sort of alcohol involved, which there will be, the risk is just too high. So they've got to find other ways of catering for that. From a business point of view, and from visitation, and from accommodation, and from everything else, this is the sort of thing that we should be promoting very heavily, because we've spent megabucks on that Goolwa Oval. It's the only venue that's possible for this. I wish they'd come and spoken to the Mount Compass people, because we would have loved them having on the community oval. It would have been a fantastic affair there. So I'm fully in support of this, and I think it's going to be something that puts Goolwa a little bit more on the map. And I think we should be fostering that. We've spent enough money on your infrastructure, so it's time to really start using it. Thank you.
Do we have any further discussion? Councillor Miller.
Before I speak, I just have some questions. Just picking up on something that Councillor Cooman said. As far as I'm aware, this is the first time it's come to the chamber, so I'm not sure how council hasn't supported it, because this is the first time I've heard that we've considered it. Is that correct? And is it correct that the club rooms aren't being allowed to be used? Is that right?
Thank you, through the Mayor. Yeah, my team haven't been involved in that side of it. From what I understand, that was part of the Goolwa Community Association's event team that has deemed that they don't want to use the rooms.
And just on that, one final question before I speak, Your Worship. When will council members actually see a formal agreement between council and the Oval Committee? Because that may have actually influenced our influence, I guess.
Thank you, through the Mayor. As per the Council Resolution Register updates, my team, the Property Management team and the Recreation Grounds Committee had scheduled a meeting last Friday. Unfortunately, the key person who, from external who needed to be there was unable to, so we've rescheduled it, and the soonest we could get it is on the 31st of October.
So just if I may just say a few things. I think this is a wonderful initiative and very happy to support it, on the grounds that I haven't actually had the opportunity to support it or not support it before. So congratulations to Tamara and the Community Association for organising this. I haven't seen a letterbox drop once, let alone twice, acknowledging that I don't live in Goolwa, so I can't comment on that sort of information, but from what's presented here, it sounds like a great initiative, and I can't imagine why council would support it. And I think we do have responsibilities when it comes to risk management, and so does the Community Association. So they're all, whether we like it or not, they're valid things that as a community we have to consider, and so I don't see anything in this that's a showstopper, but I just want to congratulate the work that's been done. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Councillor Maidman.
Yeah, welcome to the world of event management. If you're going to run an event on council property, you have to put all these submissions in, and I know that from past experience, and if it had been at Mount Compass, you probably wouldn't have jumped through so many hoops, but I do appreciate that our staff need to dot the I's and cross the T's, and there is a lot of things that are at risk and can go wrong, but if all these things are covered off, then it will be a great event, and with hopefully no problems. So happy to support this 100%.
Any further discussion? Councillor Scott.
Just quickly, a lot's been said. My only concern is in relation to the second to last, the formal agreement about the turf. And I mean, I think it's fantastic that a group of people have got up. This is the sort of thing we want in this district, people that get up and do things and make things happen. I don't want to see post-event that there is some angst over the oval. It's, as I understand it, it's a community ground, and yes, there will be some damage to the turf. The turf will get squashed down. It's liable to recover quite quickly with watering, and it may look a bit rough straight afterwards. But I think that we need to handle that second to last part. That needs to be handled, and a reasonable arbitrator involved in that, so that people don't get hurt and penalised as a result of that. We've gone and put that number of people onto the ground. Yes, you can expect things to be a bit squashed at the end of it all. And that's got to be recognised, and I believe some reasonable understanding as to how it be, and some flexibility as to how it's corrected. I know after the show at Port Elliot, the ground looks pretty hectic. We roll it and water it, and it comes back quite quickly. So I'm just preempting that we don't want to see alarm and conflict over the use. And remember, it is, to my way of thinking, a community ground, and therefore that should be respected. And society is getting away from the fact, drifting away from recognising that community grounds are there for the community, and when you use them, they are liable to get damaged. And the thing is to get them rectified as best you can, as quickly as you can, and move on. Otherwise, don't hold the event. So, but I'm greatly in support of it.
Any further discussion? So before tomorrow, you know, I as far as the $15,000 for the turf, that's just in case. There's nobody, the cricket club aren't going to hit you up for 15 grand the minute you walk out the gate. The cricket club maintain the oval. The oval is in the most beautiful condition it's been in for donkey's years. I get so many people tell me what a beautiful condition that oval is and what a good job they're doing. And they do look after it. The footy club did, and now the cricket club are. The cricket club are happy to work and help. They just don't, you know, want a little bit of help with some money should they need to core it or do anything like that afterwards. But if the worst things happen and we have a massive flood event in January, which I don't think we will, the oval will be fine. It'll stand up. It stands up to all sorts of stuff every day. So, you know, I think it's a great initiative, and well done. So, Councillor Livingston, do you wish to reply?
Sorry. Thank you, Mayor Parkes. I just wanted to quickly say again, at the end of the day, it's a council asset and we have responsibilities here, and we don't want to be lumped with any remediation costs at the end of the day. So I 100% support the event proceeding, and I would urge the Chamber to provide it with unanimous support for the first time that it's come to the Chamber.
Ends the discussion, so I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour? Against? That's carried unanimously. Right, we'll resume our meeting. We go to 9.4, which is proposed 2025-26 grant recipients. Stacey, is there any updates to this?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just a small error that was pointed out. On page 92 in the Wellbeing Grant section, where it refers to the applicant being the Port Elliot Community Garden, we just have the incorrect project title. My apologies. The project title should read Tool Shed.
But you've got a copy? No. So this item has got 10 dot points. So we'll break it down to the major ones first. We'll do them all individually anyway. We should go straight through. Save time. So the first, we'll do dot point 1 is to receive and note the contents of the report. Moved Councillor Livingston. Seconded Councillor Scott. Is there any discussion? If not, I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour? Against? That's carried unanimously. Dot point 2 is the approval of the allocation of 20,000 for the business initiatives grant. 9 grants included. Is there a mover for that? Councillor Miller. Seconder, Councillor Cummins. Any discussion relating to that? I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour? Against? That's carried unanimously. 3 is to approve the allocation of 18,200 for the Community Environment Grant. Is there a mover for that? Move Councillor Livingston.
I was just going to say, is it possible to move 3 and 7 together as they're linked? No? Okay.
I'm not going to confuse it any more than it is already. So is there a seconder for it? Councillor Gardner. Is there any discussion? Councillor Miller.
Sorry, Wish, but I did have a question actually, which I should have asked when we did point 1. Some recipients appear twice, and I just wanted to check that's I understand that's okay because they're different projects and some are auspiced by for other projects, but I think there's about 3 that appear twice. So I just wanted to, I don't have an issue with it. I think they're all great projects. I just wanted to understand that little query that I got.
Thank you for the question through the Mayor. I'm not part of those discussions, so I'm not 100% sure, but I'm just wondering if Councillor Livingston could provide some info. Thank you.
Through the Mayor, we discussed that in length at the panel meeting in relation to 2 of the organisations, and I understand administration had at least once or twice triple checked that they're completely separate projects, and it's only because that one of them, the separate project, is auspiced by the same organisation, but it was raised and it was dealt with and we were all satisfied.
So is there any further discussion? So I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour? Against? It's carried unanimously. Go to dot point 4, which is approving the allocation of $20,000 to the Community Wellbeing Grant budget. Move Councillor Livingston. Seconder, Councillor Gardner. Any discussion? Councillor Miller.
I just want one observation. That was that this grant stream was extremely oversubscribed. So there was it was a really challenging. Oh, actually, I think I'm talking about the next one, which had 50,000. But I just would be interested to know if any of the others were oversubscribed, because the next one that we're going to deal with was really oversubscribed. So it was very challenging to make the assessment. And I really loved the Smarty Grants assessment process. I just wanted to say that made it exceptionally arm's length, which was really appreciated. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? So I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour? Against? It's carried unanimously. Go to dot point 5, which is the allocation of $50,000 for a community wellbeing grant budget to support 17 grants. Moved Councillor Livingston. Seconded Councillor Maid. Any discussion on this one? Councillor Scott.
I presume that the one for the fireworks is in-kind support, is it?
We don't pay for fireworks. We never have. Council never has paid for fireworks.
So my question is, again, is it for in-kind support?
Stacey, can you?
Thank you. Through the Mayor, thank you. I'll have to take that on notice, but I think that it's Sorry? Yeah, but I think it's for traffic management assistance. So, but I'll confirm that with the members.
It's the same for a years. Is any further discussion? If not, I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour? Against? It's carried unanimously. Dot point 6 is to approve the allocation of $17,500 from the Heritage Grant budget to support seven grants. Is there a mover for that? Councillor Maidment. Seconder, Councillor Gardner. Any discussion relating to those grants? If not, I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour? Against? It's carried unanimously. So dot point 7 is to approve the reallocation of the remaining 1,800 as it says, tells you where it's going and everything else. Is there a mover for that? Councillor Livingston. Seconder, Councillor Gardner. Is there any discussion relating to that one? Councillor, you wish to speak to it now? Yeah, you should get that right.
Thank you, Mayor Parks. Just wanted to provide just an extra bit of context in relation to the remaining 1,800. Rather than distributing it, we thought that given the budget constraints, allocating it, which would benefit tree canopy and biodiversity planting, would be of use for that money.
Is there any further discussion on that one? If not, I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Item 8 is to approve the relocation of the remaining 2,500 to the small grants program budget. Move, Councillor Maidment.
I too would like to provide context on this particular motion. This was an undersubscribed grant stream. We had $2,500 unallocated. We thought if it went to the small grants program, there could be some people with heritage items that they might want to promote through that stream.
So do we have a second for that one? Councillor Scott. Any discussion relating to that? Councillor Miller.
Just a question, just further to Councillor Maidment's point there. So it's going to the small grants program budget for heritage related applications or just any small grant?
No, John, can you clarify what you said?
In clarifying what I said, there was an opportunity for people to apply for a small grant. They might have a heritage theme. We're not putting any conditions on it. It was just transfer the money to the small grants program.
Is there any further discussion on that one? I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour? Against? It's carried unanimously. We go to dot point 9, which is note the recommended special funding conditions for various grant offers. Is there a mover for that? Councillor Livingston. Seconder. Councillor Gardner. Any discussion? I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour? Against? It's carried unanimously. Item 10, the approval that if any of the recommended recipients decline an offer of funding, the funds will be distributed by administration as per the item. Is there a move, Councillor Coomans? Second to Councillor Livingston. Any discussion relating to that? If not, I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour? Against? It's carried unanimously. I'm trying to move through it because I do want to finish this agenda, because we may not finish it if we're not careful the way we're going. 9.5 is the Fleurieu Building Fire Safety Committee. Matt, is there anything to add to that report or upgrade? Are there any questions for clarity? Councillor Miller.
My question was around, this is about Fleurieu building fire safety. Do we have a Fleurieu bushfire, I can't remember what the correct name of it is, but one that isn't about buildings?
Through the Mayor, no, nothing specific for bushfire. The Building Fire Safety Committee is a committee that is established under the Planning Development Infrastructure Act.
So is there any other questions for clarity? So is there a mover for that? Move Councillor Oliver. Second, Councillor Maidment. Any discussion? Not, I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour? Against? That's carried unanimously. 9.6 is the National Carp Control Plan, a letter of in-principle support. Is there, Matt, anything else on that to change or add? No. Are there any questions on that for clarity? No. So there's a recommendation there with 5 dot points. Give us to move that. You speak to it? Yep.
Thank you, Mayor Parks. I'm happy to support this motion, and it's come out of the Murray-Darling Association, Region 6 that Councillor Scott and I sit on. We have recently attended the Murray-Darling Association in Griffith, and it was a big topic which was discussed a lot. I'm happy with the amendments that were made to the letter. In my view, it's critical that if the federal government implement the National Carp Control Plan, that not only the necessary research and evidence is gathered to prove that the virus will not have an impact on other species and our ecosystem, it is also critical that the government ensure that the cleanup of the biomass is completed in a manner that the impact is as minimised as possible to the river, the Coorong and the Southern Ocean. Thank you.
So do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Oliver. Is there any further discussion on it? If not, I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour? Against? That's carried unanimously. 9.7 is the dual naming review of roads, reserved and public places policy. Matt, any updates on that or changes to that? Are there any questions for clarity? Councillor Miller.
I just wanted to clarify that when it comes to naming reserves and public places, that there will be community consultation. I just wasn't 100% certain if that's what was articulated really well.
Through the Mayor, yes, definitely included. I'll have to go back and read that section again, but it's definitely intended that there would be consultation with the community.
So there is a recommendation with 3 dot points. Is there a mover for that? Councillor Nicholson.
May I speak briefly, Your Worship? Thank you. I'd just like to add some words when moving this, that I really strongly support the updated policy because it strengthens naming of local significant places to include First Nations names here in Alexandrina. Having grown up in Aotearoa, New Zealand, I have seen firsthand how embracing Maori place names enriches national identity. It deepens our connection to land, history and each other. When we speak names like Ratalang or Coorong, we honour stories that stretch far beyond colonisation, stories of belonging, resilience and care for country. And by restoring and elevating Indigenous place names alongside all others, we invite everyone, residents and visitors alike, to engage with the deep cultural roots of this place. It is meaningful and it will take our beautiful part of the world, it will make our beautiful part of the world even more vibrant, connected and valued. Thank you.
You did see you put your hand up. That's right. Is there any discussion? Councillor Scott.
And it may have been that it could have been clarified earlier, but it says a couple of times in the naming that names of persons still living will be avoided. Now, I took that one way this afternoon and I've taken a different way tonight. But to me, it's a bit ambiguous, and I think it is, I'd like to see it deleted because I think there is nothing wrong with us if the opportunity arises to name a park or a place after a person that's alive. and I'll just give just a quick example of in Olympic Games, skateboarding is now a sport for the Olympic Games, and an Australian got the first gold medal. He's 16. If he came from Goolwa, I don't think we should wait 70 years for him to die before we name the skate park after him. And it would have been great if we had a gold medalist and that to call the skate park after the person that got the gold medal. So to say that we won't the names of living persons, names of persons still living to be avoided, I think it could be ambiguous, but I think we should be putting it on their merits. And Victor Harbour Council have got several reserves, or have had, of people that were alive when they were named, and I see nothing wrong with it and would like to see it deleted.
Well, it's not part of the resolution, it's just in the context, and that could be, as a name was put up, it could be considered then. But it's not part of the resolution. So, is there any further discussion?
Not part of the resolution.
So, if there's not, I'll put the recommendation to you. All those in favour? Against?
Yeah, I'll go against.
Against? That's against, is it?
Yes.
Yeah. Loss. Carried.
Oh, sorry.
9.8 is outstanding debt write-off. Andrew, is there any clarification on that? Andrew McDonald. It says Andrew. Oh, sorry, Andrew Olsen. Sorry, Andrew. There's too many Andrews. So is there any questions for clarification? No. So there's a recommendation there with 3 dot points. Is there a mover for that? Councillor Maidment. Seconder, Councillor Oliver. Any discussion? I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour? Against? It's carried unanimously. Sorry. 9.9 is lease and licence policy activities from July to September 2025 as a quarterly report. Tash, any upgrades there? Are there any questions for clarity on that? Councillor Livingston.
Thank you, Mayor Parkes. I'm just wondering if we could get just a little bit more information in relation to the debt lease and potentially the area.
Through the Mayor, I'll ask the Manager of Property to come answer that one. It's regarding the Bristow Smith Reserve there, that one.
So through the Mayor, that is a licence that we've had for approximately 10 years now that gets renewed every 2 years. What it allows is for you'll see some buoys out in the water in front of the natural playground. And what that allows is that area to be used for the children to swim in without any motorised vehicles coming into that area. So that's a standard agreement that we've had with them for a very long time and under 2-year licence agreements.
Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Oliver. Councillor Livingston moved it. Is there any discussion? If not, I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour? Against? It's carried unanimously. Peter, you're in conflict of interest?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, sorry. I'd like to declare a material conflict of interest in relation to item 9.10, as I'm a part owner in the family business that is to be the party to the lease with council proposed in this item under the lease and licence policy. As such, myself and family members may gain a pecuniary benefit or suffer a pecuniary loss depending on the outcome of council's consideration of the item. I'll be leaving the chamber for the debate at vote. Thank you.
So it's 9.10, which is the Coorong Cafe lease proposal and community land management plan amendment for the community engagement outcomes. Tash, any changes to this report? No. Are there any questions for clarity? Councillor Scott.
Yes, I was wondering, considering that it's going for 20 years, which takes us up, well, obviously 20 years from now, and we've already had flooding in that broadly that area. Do we have any responsibility for the mitigation of the flooding in relation to this lease at all, or not?
Lisa, sorry.
Through the Mayor, no, we do not. It's a ground lease only.
Right. Okay, thank you. That door's open too.
Group A, B and C recommendations. We'll do Group A first. So the recommendation there with 2 dot points. Is there a mover for that? Councillor Maidment. A seconder? Councillor Scott. Is there any discussion? Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Worship. I really appreciated the community's perspective here, and it was great to see such a good response. But I would like to foreshadow, Your Worship, and I did have the courtesy to flag this earlier in the day with you and administration, that once we've received these and noted these reports, I would like to request that before we move on to the Group B recommendations, I'm foreshadowing that I would like to move a motion that we conduct an expression of interest process, that we defer consideration of Group B recommendations and run an EOI process. And I'm happy to speak to my foreshadowed motion. I just think we...
I think you speak to the foreshadowed motion if it comes up for consideration.
I'm just going to now speak to the community consultation, the report that we received.
Are you speaking to Group A now?
I'm speaking to Group A now, but I am foreshadowing that, that I would like that opportunity. I think what we've reflected in the community consultation, and there may have only been a few that raised this, but we didn't consult the community on how successful the business had been, and that feedback was exceptional, and it's very clear that it is a successful business. But some of the feedback was about the equal opportunity to others and how this is really changing how the going from a licence and a permit to a lease that is exclusive, and it's for a very long time. And I think we need to just revisit the length of this lease, and I think that came through in the consultation. And I think a question of clarification, if I may, is that we have time. They actually have tenure there for another year, a year and a bit. And if someone were to apply to Council A to put a mobile food van at that site, are they excluded, or would that be considered at this point in time under the current arrangement?
Through the Mayor, I'll get the Manager of Property to answer that question.
Through the Mayor, it's complicated. The Coorong Cafe were operating as a mobile food van before the mobile food van procedure was amended to disallow mobile food vans. So if a mobile food van asked to operate from there now, the answer currently is no under the mobile food van procedure. But in that report and in that considerations, we took into account an existing operator on that site. If a lease was issued, they would no longer be treated as a mobile food van, so the mobile food van procedure would not apply under a lease agreement. They would operate as a commercial business.
So is there any further Councillor Livingston?
Thank you, Mayor Parks. Just have a few follow-on questions. Hypothetically speaking, through the Mayor, if this proposal was lost, what would be the implications of that, and could the licence then continue and be renewed? That's my first question, if you want me to separate them.
So through the Mayor, the current licence at this stage doesn't expire until 31st of December 2026. So if this motion was lost, that licence would remain in place, and then it would be considered by council again closer to that expiry date of that licence, so potentially around June to July next year.
Through the Mayor, may I just clarify as well, at the moment the motion is just receiving the outcomes that's before you, so what you do next is up to the chamber though.
No, I appreciate that. I'm just trying to go through the community consultation and the questions asked. The other question was whether a 10-year lease was considered. I'm just conscious that that area in particular is of high risk for flooding, and it's hard to consider this without also having in front of us the projection of 10-year and the 20-year sea level rise and all of that. So I'm just wondering whether that was considered for 10 years. Through the Mayor.
So through the Mayor, you can select a lease term as long or as short as you wish. It's a decision of council under our lease and licence policy to determine the lease term. What we went out for was 20 years based on the 2022 resolution for a 20-year lease. As per any commercial lease and even our community leases, there is a abatement and destruction clause where if the land is no longer capable of being occupied, the parties can determine to terminate the lease.
Any further discussion on this one? Councillor Coomans?
I just wanted to raise the question about the 5 years. What sort of conditions would apply for council to be able to terminate up 5 years? In other words, can council just decide not to proceed after 5, or does it require some special conditions happening?
I think I might stay standing up. Through the Mayor, generally we would honour a lease term for the commitment that is determined at the commencement of the lease, so whether it's 10, 15, 25. But obviously, if anybody breaches a lease, there's a process we can go through. We generally would go through an informal process to try and rectify the breach, and then we can move to an actual legal breach procedure if we needed to during the term of a lease.
Any further questions? Or I'd say my little bit now. So I think we've done enough consultation on this cafe. Consultation on this is absolute waste of time and money. We've been to the community every time the licence has been up for renewal, and even on granting the licence. They put the hard yards in. They spent the money. They took the risk, and they've worked really hard down there and done a really good job, and they've developed a good business. So why not give them the opportunity to do the things they'd like to do, which is improve the infrastructure? Because you can't do infrastructure, still got to go through your building and development process and all of that stuff. But there's no incentive for them to do anything other than move their caravan backwards and forwards and have it on that site. And the community absolutely love it. So I think to not support a business which is doing a great job for the community. Before that cafe was there, nobody would have gone to Sugars Beach. It was like the moon. You know, and now they have live bands down there, local music, great food. Fish is all caught locally. It's great. So, Councillor Maywood, do you wish to have your right of reply?
Why wouldn't you support a vibrant business which started from scratch? They need security of tenure, and the 20-year lease is 5 by 5 by 5. They take the risk of whatever they put on that land, as Tash had alluded to. The community consultation came in very favourably in support of, and overwhelmingly in favour of support of this continuing. So this is a no-brainer for me. I think this should pass easily. Thank you.
So that ends the discussion. So as we're talking recommendation group A, I'll put the recommendation to all those in favour. Against? That's carried unanimously. We go to recommendation group B, and there are 4 points. I really don't like doing council business like this. We're all over the place. If you foreshadow a motion, it's usually a foreshadowing a motion that is a result of an item losing. Now, the item went ahead, so we don't foreshadow motions ahead of items, as far as I'm concerned. But I'll take Lachlan's advice reluctantly, and we'll go to this foreshadowed motion, which is an extra to what we've already got.
Thank you, Worship. I would like to move that Council defer making a decision on granting a commercial lease to Coorong Cafe or amending the Community Land Management Plan until an expression of interest process has been undertaken in order to ensure that any other businesses that may have an interest in utilising this portion of land under a fixed commercial arrangement are provided with an open and transparent opportunity to put forward a proposal for the site and a further report be provided to Council. And I'll speak to my reasons, Your Worship. This lease changes the game of what's happening at Sugars Beach. This is not, and I have to stress this, it's not about how successful the current occupiers have been. That is not in question. We weren't asking the community about the performance of the business. What has not happened from day one is any expression of interest for other people to operate there. It started off as a 1-year trial, and then it's crept along, expanding and not complying with policy, so we change policy, or we change the permit. So I just think this is an opportunity. If we're going to alienate this site for 5, 10 or 20 years even, that we need to revisit or just test that this is the right thing for the community. It may well be, and I'm not saying that it's not. If I had my private person's hat on, I'd say, of course. It's a no-brainer. I've been there. It's hugely successful. But with my council member hat on, I think there is just an opportunity to pause and see if there's any other operators who would be interested in a lease. We're changing the goalposts here. And each year, each iteration of this has been in the vendor's favour. And why not? They're doing a really good business, they're operating a really good business, and it's very successful and very popular. That's not in question. We have time just to run an EOI process, and that process is about equity, and it's about access, and it's about the value, best possible outcome for council. So I didn't support this back in 2023 when the second van was being put on there because that wasn't compliant with our policy. I didn't support it in August last year, going to council with a 20-year lease, and I still feel uncomfortable that we haven't offered this to other people. We are changing or going against our policy for someone who's had tenure there for a long time, which that's not in question. Honestly, I don't have an issue with that. It's about providing this opportunity to others who haven't the opportunity to put something at Sugars Beach or additionally at Sugars Beach. This is going to be very exclusive for the next 20 years. We don't know where the toilets are going yet. That will be increase the amenity there. The value that they pay hasn't changed. I just think, if we're going to move to a lease and fix it up, let's fix it up properly by seeing if there's anybody else out there who either wants to have a lease there or who can offer something different or who can offer something complementary. I just find from a process-wise, maybe people haven't expressed interest in going there because they knew that they couldn't, but now they possibly can. So even if this is lost, that's okay. I just want to acknowledge that at no point in time has the question been asked or invited for expressions of interest. It's only ever been consulting about the current occupiers. And I stress again, I think it's a marvellous business and what they provide there and what they do. But a fundamental step, I think, has been missed in terms of equity, access and serving the public interest. And I think there's a balance here and we've got time to test it. If we run it and nobody else is interested, there's no harm done. But we won't know that unless we run this process. And I hope that we can at least buy some time and just run the process. And I'm not revoking the previous decision or anything like that. It's just, let's just tidy this loose end. Thank you.
Do we have a seconder? Seconder? So, a question.
But just clarification of, I presume, by doing what we're doing, what the motion says, is compliant with the law and the regulations that we should be acting under. And that us doing what is being suggested by Councillor Miller is more an act of generosity rather than complying with the law. Is that correct?
Through the Mayor, what you're talking about is if Council can issue the 20-year lease, Council can do that and it is within the current policy. It does say Council can do exclusions to the policy by resolution for various reasons. One of those is what would be used for this decision. In 2022 with the prior Council, before we started this process to go through a 20-year lease, the report, I think it says it within this report, but that information was provided in the report to the previous Council. They resolved to proceed with the 20-year lease. They technically didn't resolve anything to do with an expression of interest process, but they didn't have to. So they proceeded to go the 20-year lease. It has been come back to this chamber. You directed us to go out to consultation on the 20-year lease proposal, which we have done, and it spells it out in the report that you can proceed with the 20-year lease if you wish to do so, or an alternative as Councillor Miller is suggesting. It's up to the chamber.
So do we have a seconder? No. So it will lapse through want of a seconder. Thank goodness. Not a very good incentive to start up a business and make it successful in Alexandrina to do that, I can tell you. Recommendation.
Point of order, Your Worship. That's not what I was saying at all.
You were saying you wanted an expression of interest for people to take over a lease on the site where their business is now, that they've been on for several years, which they developed and made a success of. So now, when the year they first started, if you'd have done that, you probably would have got no interest at all. But if you're going to have an expression of interest now, when there's a great business there that's extremely successful, of course you're going to get a lot of interest in it. They've done all the hard work. We'll move on. I've got a background in the business all my life and I just couldn't. Anyway, recommendation group B. There's 4 dot points. Is there a mover for that? Move Councillor Maidment. Second, Councillor Coomans. Is there any discussion relating to that? No, I'll put the recommendation to you.
Your Worship, I just want to clarify that I was not trying to de-incentivise any business from taking the initiative. And I do find that that interpretation of what I said requires clarification. What I was seeking to do was ensure that we have tested in the interests of others, given that the rules have constantly changed and been to accommodate this business. There's nothing wrong with that, but we haven't offered that opportunity to others. I recall, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the tenants in the Wharf had to go through an expression of interest to be able to stay there. So I'm just trying to be fair and consistent in what we do. And you could take the position that you're rewarding people who don't comply with policy and who seek forgiveness rather than approval. So I just want to clarify, I was not trying to de-incentivise anyone. I was trying to run an equitable and accessible and fair process before we alienate this land for 20 years. And I really can't stress that enough.
Is there any further discussion? Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Look, I think we've gone out to the community and there's been a really strong response. Within Alexandrina, this is a really well-known business and, using exclusively my councillor's hat and trying very hard to remove my, obviously we have a personal connection to our colleague who owns this business, so exclusively using, my councillor's lens on this. I think we do have a really successful business. I want to acknowledge the respondents who did not support the 20-year lease and the rationale that they've given. And, I've given that really deep consideration and to be fair and upfront, I think there are some valuable contributions there, but overall, I'm inclined to support this because it is a really successful, well-loved business that has been grassroots. It started from the ground up and the community have responded very strongly in support of this.
Councillor Livingston.
Thank you, Mayor Parks. I just wanted to, following on from my previous comments, I personally would have been more comfortable with a 10-year lease, but I do take comfort that if the area is no longer suitable, that we have an ability to terminate the lease. My particular concern is the environment and the flooding and the effect of climate change. And I guess at some point in time, that area may not be appropriate to be leased, and that may be considered at that point in time. However, I just wanted to clarify, do support the business, and I can also appreciate where Councillor Miller was coming from.
Is there any further discussion? I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour? Against? That's carried. Recommendation Group C is 2 dot points. Is there a mover for that? Question?
Question for clarity. I just wanted to confirm that this recommendation would not change that portion of land remains community land regardless.
Correct. It still remains community land. It's just how it's classified within the community land management plan. So it's not revoking anything else.
I'm happy to move it.
So do we have a seconder? Councillor Maidment. Any discussion? No. I'll put the recommendation. Those in favour? Against? That's carried. No. I'll get Councillor Oliver. So item 9.11 is Regional Development Australia, a new lease proposal, community engagement outcomes. There are recommendation Group A and Group B. We'll do recommendation Tang Tash. Councillor Miller, right. So, Tash, is there any updates on this report?
Nothing further.
Are there any questions for clarification? So we've got recommendation Group A and Group B. So we'll do Group A first. Is there a mover for Group A? Councillor Livingston. Seconded, Councillor Nicholson. Is there any discussion? I'll put the recommendation to you. All those in favour? Against? That's carried unanimously. And recommendation group B has got 3 dot points. Move Councillor Livingston. Seconded Councillor Nicholson. Any discussion? Not. I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour? Against? It's carried unanimously. So we can get Councillor Miller back, please. So 9.12 is the quarterly performance report, quarter 1, 2025-26. There's a recommendation that we receive and note the contents of the report. Oh, sorry. First, Andrew, any changes to this report?
I do have one minor change that I read. I don't quite know how it actually came in. Under the Statement of Comprehensive Income, I'm sure someone's picked it up. It states a $40 million planned operating surplus, and we delivered a $48 million surplus for the first quarter, and it highlights that that's a $600,000 improvement on that. Our budgeted operating surplus for the first quarter was $48 million. So it's just a typo there in the first paragraph of that discussion. It should be a $48 million surplus.
Thanks, Andrew. So there's a recommendation there. Is there a mover for that? Move Councillor Oliver. Seconder, Councillor Miller. Is there any discussion? Yeah, Councillor Miller.
I'd just like to say thank you very much for this report and the clarification, and I think this is really insightful and helpful, and I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Is there any further? Councillor Maidment.
Just a question, with the AEDs, you've got 22,000 received to assist in deployment of AEDs into public buildings as required. Has there been any investigation on how many defibrillators we're actually going to need and where they're going to be located throughout Alexandrina?
Through the Mayor, I will take that on notice. We do have a team of staff that have been working on our AED rollout with the new legislation that's come into effect, but they're primarily focusing on council-owned buildings that we're responsible for, but I can find out some more details for you.
So any further discussion? Not, I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour? Against? It's carried unanimously. (9.13) is a review of the Code of Practice for Council Meeting Procedures. Tash or Lachlan, any changes to this report? Upgrades? No. Any questions for clarity? Councillor Miller.
I just have a question about the appendix of the order of business. It refers to a community thank you in the opening of the meeting, I think, in the template. 2.3. Recognition of community at 1.6, but that's not actually covered in the procedure, so I'm just wondering. Sorry, I've lost it now. 327.
Through your worship, thank you, Councillor Miller. That was in a draft for the last workshop, and I omitted removing it, so that's definitely not intended to be there at item 1.6 in Appendix A. So that will be removed administratively. Thank you.
So we have a recommendation there with 2 dot points. Is there a mover for that? Councillor Gardner, do you wish to speak to it? Seconder, Councillor Oliver. Is there any discussion? Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Worship. I would just like to request that in future we can include the first page of a petition, or at the very least a statement that is verbatim of what is being petitioned and not interpreted. And I would also like to, I don't like the way that we're going to deal with adjourned business. I think how we dealt with it tonight was perfect. We deal with the debate that's adjourned when we get new information by losing it, by voting it down, and then I thought that was how it would work well, so that it deals with a live motion.
So is there any further discussion? I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour? Against? That's carried. 9.14 is a nomination to the Australian Coastal Councils Association Incorporated. So I will declare a material conflict of interest. I'll declare a material conflict of interest in accordance with Section 75C of the Local Government Act on the basis that a matter involving the nomination of a candidate as the South Australian representative of the Australian Coastal Councils Association Committee of Management to be considered at the meeting would result in me gaining a benefit or suffering a loss of a direct, non-procuring nature, depending on the outcome of Council's consideration of the matter. So I'll now leave the chamber and hand over to our Deputy Mayor, Councillor Oliver.
So we have item 9.14, nomination to the Australian Coastal Councils Association Incorporated. Do we have any questions of clarity? No, then in which case we're looking for a mover, please. Thank you, Councillor Livingston. The seconder, Councillor Maidment, and put it to the vote. Carried unanimously, thank you.
So 9.15 is the end of year closure and festive season operating hours. Andrew, is there anything to update on it? Any questions for clarity? If not, there's a recommendation with 2 dot points. Is there a mover for that? Councillor Scott, you're moving it?
Certainly. Yes, thank you.
Seconder, Councillor Gardner. Any discussion? I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour? Against? It's carried unanimously. 9.16 is the Chief Executive Officer's report. Andrew, is there any updates or no? So there's a recommendation there that we receive and note the report. Is there a mover for that? Councillor Maidment. Seconder, Councillor Oliver. Is there any discussion or questions relating to Andrew's report? Councillor Scott.
I just noticed we've got a new Executive Officer for the Southern Hills Local Government. Did we send any acknowledgement to the outgoing person? Because he did a pretty good job while he was there.
Yeah, through the chair, not that I'm aware of, unless we did. Oh, but Southern Hills did, but we didn't.
Mr. Martin, wasn't it? Graham, yeah. I just thought it'd be appropriate for us to just acknowledge his moving on.
well, Southern Hills did on behalf of the 6 councils. It was signed by the 6 councils.
All right, thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments relating to Andrew's report? If not, I'll put the recommendation to you. All those in favour? Against? It's carried unanimously. 9.17 is the council resolution register. Andrew, anything on that? Right. No. So there's a recommendation there. Is there a mover for that? Councillor Scott. Seconder, Councillor Nicholson. Is there any discussion? If not, I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour? Against? It's carried unanimously. Item 10 is committee reports. 10.1 is a report from the Audit and Risk Committee, Independent Chairperson's Meeting Summary. Tash, is there anything great on that? No. So there's a recommendation there with 3 points. Is there a Councillor Gardner can move that? The seconder, Councillor Coomans. Any discussion? I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour? Against? It's carried unanimously. Ten 10.2 is a report from the Audit and Risk Committee, policy review of the draft hospitality, travel and recognition expenses policy. Tash, any further information on that? So the report is there, the recommendation there with 2 dot points. Is there a mover for that? Councillor Gardner. Seconder. Councillor Maidment. Any discussion? Not. I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour? Against? It's carried unanimously. 10.3 is a report from the Climate Emergency and Environment Committee, governance arrangements. Now there are Group A, Group B, Group C, Group D, Group E, Group F and Group G involved in this. Tash, are there any changes or upgrades to this? Or Lachlan? No. So we will do them group at a time. So Councillor Nicholson, what are you moving Group A?
Your Worship, I apologise. I actually seek leave of the meeting to provide an explanation and request that we slow this one down, if you will. Thank you. May I speak freely in way of...
So, well, we do Group A. We need to move Group A.
I'll move Group A. Yeah. And may I speak?
Yeah, of course you can.
Thank you. So I'd like to move these, but draw to the Chamber's attention that at neither of the meetings, on the 4th of August or the 7th of October, was the arrangement of selecting a chair discussed, nor a recommendation provided by CEEC for Council's consideration. Thank you.
So do we have a seconder for Group A? Councillor Scott. Is there any discussion? So I'll put that recommendation. All those in favour? Against? It's carried unanimously. So we go to Group B.
Question, and I don't know if now's the right time. I just wonder if it's possible to move into informal, or whether this needs to be moved first.
No, we will go into informal later in the agenda, in this item.
I'm seeking to do that before we consider this.
Right, here we go. So you want to suspend meeting procedures? So you're moving that. So there's a six. Leave the meeting. All right. So we'll need leave of the meeting to suspend meeting procedure. All those in favour? 3, 4. And that's 4 to 4, so what happens in that case?
Just confirm those against.
So those against? So hang on, let's start again. So those in favour of adjourning meeting procedure? Those against? So that's 5 to 3, so we'll adjourn meeting procedure.
What was the reason for adjourning?
Okay, sorry. Reason being, I'm just wondering if potentially, Andrew, if we can just have some context overall before we get into the decision making. I know that regarding the CEEC committee, we seem to be going around in circles and we want to avoid that. And there's been extensive consultation with yourself, Councillor Nicholson and myself. The CEEC may not be specifically on the chair role as Councillor Nicholson alluded to, but I just want potentially for an open discussion before we actually get in, we're restricted to the debate.
So, thank you. So meeting procedures have been suspended. I've worked really hard with the CEEC committee to try and find a balance. And you may recall that the CEEC committee had concerns of the potential of being an advisory committee and not a Section 41 committee. So I worked extensively with Lachlan to try and address those concerns and revise the terms of reference for a Section 41 and also an advisory committee to reassure CEEC that if it was to become an advisory committee, that recommendations from that advisory committee would still come to council exactly the way it does today as a Section 41. My concern with CEEC is perhaps they haven't been, I guess, given the support and the direction through priority actions, for example. It's been a little vague in days gone by, but I feel strongly that with the strategic delivery plan, and I think there's about 15 priority actions that relate to CEEC, with those priority actions pending approval from council, if they're supported, then it will give CEEC really good direction in terms of what focus is. And CEEC's focus must be on those priority actions and must be on supporting council in unpacking those priority actions and determining an appropriate way of, I guess, activating or implementing those actions. I'm not talking about operational, I'm talking about strategy and policy. And it's critically important that CEEC, whether it be an advisory committee or whether it be a Section 41 committee, is focused on strategy and is focused on policy to provide advice to council on those two matters and allow myself and my team to take direction from those strategies and policies to implement. So from my point of view, I'm supportive whether it's an advisory committee or whether it's a Section 41 committee. In terms of the chair, I see great advantage in those community members being able to participate in the meeting as opposed to being concerned about chairing the meeting. Because chairing the meeting and keeping it on track is not an easy task. And when it's a Section 41 committee, there are meeting procedures and regulations that must be adhered to. And there is no flexibility in relation to those when it's a formal Section 41 committee. Obviously, the advantages of an advisory group is it's a much more relaxed and much more free-flowing opportunity for those community members to participate and provide advice to council in terms of its climate and environmental initiatives and opportunities. So the recommendation that talks about appointing a council member as the chair has been delivered by myself, and certainly of no disrespect to anyone who's previously chaired the meeting. I think they've done a great job. My focus and my motivation there is to allow those community members to participate fully within the committee deliberations, as opposed to concerning themselves about how to adhere to the regulations, etc. So that's the reason the recommendation is there. CEEC has my full support and that of Matt Atkinson. He and I now work together in that space, and I see huge opportunities to CEEC to really provide some good advice, strategic and policy advice to this council to ensure that we stay focused on the importance of the environment and the importance of climate. So I think there's a great opportunity there, but the committee needs to be focused at the right level. I think Matt and I can really help and assist with that. And with a council member chairing, again, it gives community members opportunities to participate as opposed to concerning themselves with running the meeting itself. So probably enough from me. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that explanation. I think, this has been a huge process. While we're informal, I just want to share with council members that it has come to my attention, and I believe Councillor Miller, sorry. It has come to our attention very recently that the recommendation at Group C does not potentially have support of the CEEC committee because it hasn't been discussed, and they haven't had an opportunity to give a recommendation to the chamber. And at Group C, it is likely that Millie and I will need to consider a conflict of interest and may not be able to participate at that stage, because if we are deciding that the chairperson could be a council member, we would have a material.
So there is a process that Lachlan's mapped out, and that's actually in those recommendations. It's important to note that the terms of reference that were agreed by the CEEC committee open up the options for a council member to be the chair. And that is definitely my preference, to allow those community members to participate, allow myself to work closely with a council member to ensure that the focus remains and that the CEEC Section 41 committee is effective in providing great advice to council.
Thank you. I'm in agreement with all of this except for the chairperson. A couple of committees, the Wooden Boat Festival and the Audit and Risk Committee, and they both work exceptionally well by having a qualified independent chairperson. And that person brings a lot of other value to the table than just the administrative organisation of the meeting. And I think in our community, I know that the community has held previous chairperson in very high regard. In fact, that refers to as the chair. Same with the Wooden Boat Festival, same with the it's really revered, it's really high, that position. So I don't think I'm going to be able to agree with Group C but I do agree with anything else, and I think the process is great.
Yeah, look, I'm just going to add while we're informal, and obviously it's quite an awkward spot to be in, and my biggest concern is the effectiveness of this committee. We don't want to waste anyone's time and energy, and I'm concerned that we've had lack of direction, and I feel like I'm inclined to try and move as much as possible with administration and what will work best from the organisation point of view, but still have that engagement with the community, which is one of the most important things about the CEEC, because they have so much knowledge out in the community that, to be frank, a lot of us around the table would not. And that's really valuable, and actually making sure that they remain engaged is really important. I think, and I'm noting what Lachlan's saying in relation to conflict of interest. I guess from that perspective, though, I would feel very uncomfortable remaining in the chamber when it comes to Group C.
Just for my benefit, just to clarify, because I may have got something wrong, but certainly at the last CEEC workshop discussion, there was discussion there about, potentially yourself, Councillor, being the chair of that committee. I think Mark Laurie may have had that conversation with you, and that conversation was had across the room. And there's been previous conversations in relation to who may be the chair. So I guess I'm a little lost.
And I'm more than happy to do that. I've got no issues with doing that. My focus is making sure that this committee is efficient, and I want to do what I can to ensure the committee's success. I've spoken with a couple of members that were happy with that. Lou and I understand that might not be the case for other members, and I guess that's where we're a bit unsure whether there's another option in terms of an interim chairperson, and then on a trial basis for 3 months or something like that. I just don't want to limit things, and I just, for the sake of it, happy to do it. My main concern is losing engagement with CEEC members, and I do not want to do that. But I'm prepared to do whatever I can to make sure that the committee's effective. Just very briefly, just to follow on, I think there's just a risk if we go ahead without a recommendation from the committee that some members may feel, from the get-go, from a refresh, from a start, that there has been a level of starting on the back foot, that this decision was made without them. But I think, I can understand and have deep appreciation for the need to just move forward with the CEEC, that just, there's a risk there, and it just might need to be a discussion that is had when the committee resumes. So I think, Councillor Livingston and I are just trying to flag a potential risk there that could be considered, and I think could be mitigated by perhaps not making that decision tonight and taking it back to the committee, just that one section, not the proxy, just that chairperson decision, but that's something that the chamber will need to consider.
I was at the last Climate Emergency and Environment Committee, and I was there for only an hour. And I was really disappointed that so much time has been spent on whether it's a Section 41 or an advisory committee. It's tragic that these people with all these expertise on our environment, which is, as we all know, deteriorating before our very eyes every minute of every day, that we can't actually decide what is most important. For me, what is most important is for that committee to be able to talk about the things they need to bring to a council meeting, to inform us about the sorts of things that our council needs to do in order to mitigate the profound effect that climate change is having on our environment. I almost feel like, Your Worship, saying this committee needs to be an advisory committee. It won't function as well as a Section 41 committee because they won't have the opportunity to talk around the table like we're doing at this very minute. And I don't know whether in the long run it would be better for this chamber to actually say it needs to be an advisory committee for the next 12 months. And then if it doesn't work and the people who are on the committee aren't happy, then okay, we can come back to the table and talk about it, or they can come back. But for an hour of that committee meeting, it was spent on stuff that was not related to the environment. And I walked out because I was so disappointed with what was going on. That's where I'm at the moment.
I just wonder in this particular circumstance whether it might be going forward a better way for the committee themselves to appoint their chair, and it can be any member of the committee that can do that. We've got some very strong people in there. I know some of them in there, and I guess they know each other pretty well now. Why not allow them to select their chair? And it could be a council member or a member of the committee. And we could do that for the next 12 months. We've got an election coming up at the end of next year, so it can all change. I think the last thing we want is for anyone to say, well, you're going to do it a different way to what I'm out of here. I don't think we want that. I think we need those people on that committee, including the council members, by the way. Maybe they need a deputy elected member so that, circumstances are going to change next year, and there may well be a bit of a want for an extra elected member for a while. Maybe we have a deputy.
So I'm happy to make further comment. So members, I'd certainly support if Group A and B was moved tonight, and I'd once again to work with the CEEC committee to try and find a resolution and try and find a way forward in relation to who may be the chairperson. But yeah, we've put a lot of time and effort into this, and with complete respect to those community members who I think are absolutely fantastic, the committee is there at the privilege of council to assist council with advice in relation to strategic and policy matters. So at some point in time, council needs to make a call.
I'd like to move that we end suspension of meeting procedures so that I can move a motion, Your Worship, if I may, please.
Members happy to go back. So we go back in the meeting procedure, and we are at recommendation Group B, looking for a mover. You're moving that?
I'm moving, Your Worship, the alternative recommendation that's on page 391, which is that in relation to the Climate Emergency and Environment Committee, with an effective date of the 1st of November 2025, to dissolve the CEEC as a Section 41 committee, as advisory group, and adopt the terms of reference in attachment 3, authorise administration to make changes of a minor nomenclature, technical and formatting nature to the terms of reference prior to and duration of the period of effect, appoint all existing CEC members to the CEEAG and extend their term to the 30th of June 2027, and appoint councillors Livingston and Nicholson to the CEAG until the end of the current council term, with the addition of the words, and a review be conducted no later than 12 months from the 1st of November. And I'm happy to speak to why I would like to move that, Your Worship, if I may. So my reasoning is Councillor Gardner has spoken very well about how much time and effort is being spent on what they look like. What I'm looking for from this committee, and what I've always looked for and respected and appreciated, is strategic and policy advice, not operational advice. We have, since this committee was established or merged, Council has employed a team leader environment strategy. They've employed an environmental officer. They're funded full-time positions, as I understand it. Council's adopted a climate change policy. We have the Chitterslow movement. We're a partner in Resilient Hills and Coasts and a signatory to the regional sector agreement with other Southern Hills constituent councils. We have partnerships and cross-sector collaboration with landscape boards, RDA, the Murray-Darling Basin, and Darling Association, and we have village improvement plans that address a lot of environmental and climate change initiatives. What I'm looking for from CEEC, and which I think the new group, is a contemporary, flexible, led by or with the assistance of the administration that the CEO is now talking about. And I'm looking for policy and strategy advice around more than just township greening and operation matters. I want this big picture direction from these exceptionally qualified people and who are respected in the community. But I won't support remaining as Section 41. It doesn't allow them all to do and operate how they want to operate. And I don't understand why there's this resistance when there's been so much reassurance given to them. I don't think we need a formal committee structure around this. I think we make it advisory, we make it contemporary, and we encourage them to focus on strategy and policy, because that's what I need to be able to make decisions in this chamber. We have an administration that is funded now with positions. We need to allow them to do their work, but let's set the policy and strategic direction. And I'm exhausted by the continual revisiting of are they a Section 41 or not. And I respect their knowledge and expertise, but I will not support a committee that is bigger than this council chamber. And if they remain as a Section 41 and we continue down the path of expressions of interest and what have you, we'll end up with a committee that's bigger than us, very focused on just climate and emergency, and we are so much more than that. Council has so many more other obligations than that, and we have to find a balance. So I am moving that they become an advisory group, and I hope that it is supported and we revisit it in 12 months' time. And if it's not working, well, then we can do an assessment. And I'd be interested, just in closing, to understand why one of the members resigned recently. Thank you. I hope someone seconds this.
Yeah, Lachlan's just pointing out a review no later than the 1st of November will be in council elections by then, in caretaker.
Whatever date, I want them to feel comforted that we will revisit this decision, but we've got to try it. That's what I'm trying to achieve, so I don't mind whatever date you want to put there.
We might as well leave it till after the election. You won't be able to make a decision on the 1st of November. So it might as well be after the election.
Could we put within 6 months of the election, Your Worship?
Through the Mayor, if you're going to do a review and you want to do this term of council, I think Councillor Miller did suggest a 6-month review, which is very short, but at least it allows council to reflect, this term of council to reflect on whether this is working or not. If you're not going to do it then, you've got an election mid-November. 2026. And so when the new council comes back, they look at all of their committees and advisory groups and which ones go forward and what their terms of reference would be. So either you review relatively soon or you wait till the new term of council and reflect on a full year of this operating if this gets up the way it is. That's my suggestion.
If it was removed, it's going to happen anyway.
It's going to happen anyway.
I'm happy to remove it. I'm just trying to assure them that we will revisit it.
So you've moved it and you've spoken to it. Is there a seconder for it? Councillor Gardner? Is there any discussion? Councillor Nicholson?
Thank you, Your Worship. With all due respect to Councillor Millers and Councillor Gardner, I really appreciate trying to find a solution here, but I stress to the chamber, this is the wrong way to go. I accept this has been a frustrating process, I truly do, and I ask members to forgive the complexity of moving forward with this committee. But please refer back to the deeply deliberated recommendation that we had in the agenda. Do not support this motion. With respect, it flies in the face of all the work that has been done up to this point by the CEO, by the executives, by members. Do not support this motion. I foreshadow, heading back to the original recommendation in the agenda, and I'm only suggesting that potentially further down the track we suggest we consider not appointing the chair tonight. That's the only complexity for this evening. I'm happy with all of the other recommendations. Please do not support this motion. I foreshadow returning to the original. This would be the worst outcome after all of the work that has been done up to this point. And we risk members of the committee walking in their own frustration and feeling disrespected with everything that has got up to getting us to this point. Please just hang in there and let's get back to the original motion.
Any further? Councillor Livingston?
Thank you, Mayor Parkes. I'm sure this will be no surprise to members. I can't support this motion. We've had unanimous support from CEEC that they want to remain a Section 41 committee. I don't think I can be clearer that if this motion is carried, I would not be surprised if 75% of the committee resign. The CEO has spent significant time going through this process, and I think the worst case scenario is for the third time saying, we're not listening to you and we've wasted your time. And as to how they want to operate, it's a matter for the committee to comment, and they have.
Is there any? Councillor Oliver.
Thank you, and without wanting to prolong, I've got to say I think this motion is substantively different to what was put up in the papers. So it's totally against what I've sort of contemplated. I don't think we should be considering it because it's so different. I'd like to note it's against the desire that I understand of the committee. And this should be a fully empowered committee. We've talked a lot about empowerment and stuff like that. I think this only takes away from it. And I just ask everyone to appreciate the value of independence and the value of expertise.
So is there any further? Councillor Scott?
Yes, Your Worship, a lot's been said and I could add a lot to it, but I'm not going to, because it's not for me to say. I did move that formal motion to send it back to that committee for the final thought, just so that they got it how they wanted it. I'm not going to adjudicate.
Just a second. Before you say another word, are you moving a formal motion? You mentioned a formal motion. Are you moving a formal motion?
No, I'm not.
Well, that's okay. Don't talk about them then. That's fine.
Thank you. But I'm just saying that I moved a formal motion that put it back, and now it's come back from them. And I can remember on numerous occasions that it's been said that if you've got an advisory committee and you ask them for advice and they give it to you and you don't accept it, then why have the advisory committee? And I think that as frustrating as I suspect it's been for everyone, including me, although I'm only a sardine in this game, but I think that we need to accept what they want to do. It's for them to navigate their way around the limitations of a Section 41 or whatever. But they have had three goes at this, and they've come back and they said they want to be a Section 41. Now, as time goes on, they may find that the limitations of a Section 41 may actually not be what they want, but that can be done at the end of the year. They want to get on, be the Section 41 and do the job and give us advice. And while this extra thing at the bottom about electing the chairman or the whatever it is, whether that could be put off for further consideration. But I think the body of the thing, the main thing is they've spoken, and I think whatever our personal thoughts are, I think we should be accepting it.
Well, I was just going to say a motion that the motion be put.
Couldn't agree more. No wonder we can't get anything done on climate change. We can't even agree on how to set the committee up. So it's a formal motion that it be put. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Livingston, it has to be something that's not spoken. Sorry. Okay, you can second it, Councillor Livingston. It's a formal it's a formal motion. Understand, you've been here long enough, Councillor Scott. It's a formal motion. There is no discussion. So it's a formal motion that it be put. So I put the formal motion to you. All those in favour?
Just to clarify, the first time that Your Worship asks you to vote, this will be the motion be. This is not you voting on the motion. It's that the motion be put. Just understand the difference between those two things.
Sorry.
Can't be clear that the motion be put was very clear. So it's a formal motion that the motion be put. So all those in favour? Against? That is carried. So now I will put the motion. I will put the motion. All those in favour? Against? It is lost. So, Councillor Nicholson, you foreshadowed going back to the agenda. So we can.
I was wanting to ask a question. I could only see the second two parts of that motion on the screen. My question was, could we scroll the screen down? Because we've gone with all this preamble, I wanted to be sure what I was voting on. As it happened, I didn't vote because I didn't know what I was voting on.
Well, two things. I'll just a bit of advice. Don't raise your voice at me. That's the first thing. Number two, we've been talking for it for 25 minutes. So I don't accept that. It's not a point of order. It's the fact that you can get around to reading it properly, and I don't know that. So we've had a formal motion that the item be put. We've put it, we've done it. We are now back where we started from at recommendation B. So Councillor Nicholson, you moving that?
Thank you, Worship. I wish to move recommendation group B.
Sorry, what were you going to say?
Recommendation group B.
Group B, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
So you're moving that?
Yes, Your Worship. And I might speak at the end if required. Thank you.
So we're recommendation group B. So is there a seconder for that, Councillor Livingston? And do you wish to speak to it? So is there any discussion? Councillor Miller.
I just have a question, Your Worship, about membership. Can someone please confirm for me the current membership and if there are any vacancies? And I asked before, why did one of the committee members resign recently?
Through the chair, I believe there's currently 2 vacancies. When you look at I think it's 8 community members, and we currently have 6 because of the resignation of Stella. And in terms of a resignation, I don't have the answer for that.
So, is there any further? You'll close the discussion if you speak. Hang on, that's Councillor Livingston. Spoken yet?
Yes, I just wanted to clarify. My understanding is the resignation from Stella occurred for personal reasons. That was all I was going to say.
Miller.
So I'll be voting against this only because I will not support a committee that is bigger than this chamber. This will have 8 community members, 2 council members and an ex officio member. And I find that outrageous. I said that last time and I'm saying it again. So as long as membership is of the size that it is, I don't see how it can be an effective, productive, efficient. And I'm not saying that it's not all those things right now, and I am certainly not questioning the expertise and the professionalism and the knowledge that's on this committee. Just have a fundamental problem with the structure of it and how big it is. Nothing else. Nothing about the qualifications, the experience or the expertise. And I just need to keep stressing that. Thank you.
So any further discussion? If you'll close the discussion, if you speak. Is there any further discussion? Yeah.
Isn't the size of it and a subject for 2 or 3 years ago when we set the thing up? I mean, it's been declared the size. We've known the size, all due respect to Councillor Miller, but that being brought in right at the end, if it's too big, we should have been trimming it, if we were going to trim it, before we even got to this stage, shouldn't we? That's my question.
Through the chair, in terms of the revised terms of reference, we did, in terms of the draft terms of reference, reduce it from 8 to 7. But in discussions with CEEC at the last meeting, they asked that it be reverted back to 8 in terms of community numbers.
Councillor Coomans, you got a question?
Yeah, can I make it into a question? I was part of the original Climate Emergency Committee, and we also had an Environment Committee, 2 separate committees. And after lengthy discussions between the committees and with staff, we decided to combine the 2 into 1. So that's probably one reason why there's some more members, because we really didn't want to lose anyone because he had expertise in different areas. But I understand there's 2 vacancies anyway. So in terms of the size of the committee operating at the moment, there really isn't an issue, I wouldn't think.
So any further discussion? No, you have your right of reply now.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you so much for consideration of this tonight. Members, I do apologise for the complication, but I do want to stress that the workshop facilitated by the CEO on 23rd of September was a constructive and really robust discussion with the CEEC. You've read the report and you've sat through multiple meetings where this item has been considered. The CEEC, with consideration of all the benefits and challenges, does continue to recommend an ongoing Section 41 structure. It's not seen as prohibitive to constructive deliberation and strategic advice to the Chamber. To the contrary, it is considered an adequately formal structure reflecting the far-reaching impacts of climate change on our communities, the importance of our environment and benefits of strategic advice to Council on the planning and delivery of our strategic delivery actions. We recently had the LGA session on climate risk assessment, which realistically was a good start to the conversation. This is the end of the tunnel. We're looking at the light at the end of the tunnel. We're here. If we can get through this motion with your support, we then move on to, we're moving ahead constructively, and the CEEC all look forward to actually just getting on with the job that they have been assigned to do by this council, and I urge you to support this motion and really look forward to moving forward. Thank you.
So that ends the discussion on Group B, recommendation Group B. Is all those in favour? Against? That is carried. Now, we've come to Group C. So that's what we were just talking about just now, trying to work out what we do when we in the next stage. So the options are we start discussing Group C as it is, or you may wish to move that we defer any further discussion on what's left and have an interim chair and go back to the committee. Is that what we're saying?
Through the chair, members, apologies for that. It's got a little bit complicated there for a moment, but Lachlan's just working with Tanya just to put up just wording to assist with this next step.
I ask a question?
So the recommendation that's on the screen now, the two lines, Group C, is a modified Group C, which enables us to move on, go back to the SEEC, let them determine who they want to be the chair, and that can be, within the terms of reference, it can be an elected member or it can be a member. So they can decide that and they can send their preferred nominee to the chair back to us, and then we can endorse it. So if there's somebody would like to move C. And a seconder? Question?
Is that an interim chair? And that interim chair can be an elected member or another member of the committee?
Exactly what I said, yeah.
Did you? Okay, thank you.
So, that's right, you seconded it, yeah. Councillor Coomans. So is there any discussion on that? A question?
My question, I just want to clarify, the terms of reference that we just adopted, did that say that the chairperson will be a council member? And I apologise if I'm just lost, completely lost here.
We didn't adopt that. C said it would be a council member, but the terms of reference say it can be either. So is there any further discussion on it? Yes.
I have another question. Do committees exist at the direction of council, or do committees exist at the direction of the committees? I just am trying to understand here.
Through the chair, as I said before, the committees exist at the pleasure of council.
So, is there any discussion? Councillor Nicholson.
Question, Your Worship. Are we resolving that the committee will choose the chairperson, or the council will receive a recommendation?
No, the committee will select the chairperson and put a recommendation to council on their preferred model, and council will then go to endorse it. A question?
I am just noting what Councillor Miller said, and we did, the terms of reference does say the chairperson shall be appointed by council based on a selection process determined by council. So I just wonder if that recommendation, and being the mover, I'd like to change it to say that the committee recommends to council, because otherwise we're going against terms of reference that we've just adopted.
Through the Mayor, can I just suggest something that it might actually be to clarify this, that the council resolve the committee select an interim chairperson, because that's all we're trying to do. We're trying to enable the committee to be in a position where they can actually meet and form, in addition to doing all the other business, is to form a recommendation to council about what they want their position to be. So currently the terms of reference that you just adopted, 5.1, the presiding member of the committee will be a chairperson and may be either a committee member or a council member of the committee. And 5.2 says the chairperson shall be appointed by council based on a selection process determined by the council. That's the selection process that you're determining for the purposes of an interim chair until we get a recommendation back. So.
Can we add interim to it then?
Can we please put interim?
Please.
Thank you. Lovely.
So is there any further discussion? No. So I'll put the recommendation to you. All those in favour? Against? That is carried. Recommendation G. So Lachlan's suggesting there's no reason why we couldn't do recommendation G. It's a straightforward acknowledgement of it. So we G 1 and 4. All right. You're moving that?
Question.
I'm just letting you know we've got 10 minutes before we're packing up and going.
That's
home.
fine. I'm just trying to avoid issues in the future. Can we not move group F2, which is the proxy member?
No.
Why not?
Well, because number one, we don't have time and we're going to wait. Let the committee tell us what they want to do first. We've just been through, goodness knows, how much time talking about what we're going to do. Now we're going to tell the committee something else again. Let them tell us. That's where we're trying to get to so that we can get on with this business. Let's just do group G and move on. Councillor Gardner.
I'm happy to recommend group G, Mayor.
1 and 4.
Number 1, note the resignation of Stella Hollis from the Climate Emergency and Environment Committee and thank her for her service. And 4, extend the term of office for all of the current community members until the 30th of June 27.
So do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Crimmins? Is there any discussion on that? Councillor Miller?
I just have a question about the vacancies. So we're not running an EOI to fill those just yet?
Through the Mayor, there actually is a current EOI process that was held in abeyance pending clarification of the legal structure, so that's still there. And why I had recommended in 3 about seating the chairperson EOI also, given that we're now going back, we should keep that in abeyance also until we get the answer back from the CEEC.
So do we have any further discussion on group G, 1 and 4? Not, I'll put the recommendation to you. All those in favour? Against? That's carried unanimously. We now move to 11, Council Member Reports. 11.1 is the Presiding Members Report. That's my report for September, and it's a recommendation that that be received. Move Councillor Oliver. Seconded Councillor Gardner. Are there any questions or discussion relating to my report? Not. I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour? Against? Against? No. Carried unanimously. Council Member Activity Report, 11.2. We have a report from Councillor Gardner for September 2025. There's a recommendation that that report be received. Move Councillor Livingston. Seconder, Councillor Nicholson. Are there any questions or discussion relating to Councillor Gardner's report? If not, I'll put the recommendation to you. All those in favour? Against? It's carried unanimously. The last item is Council Member Activity Report, verbal updates. This is verbal updates considering things you have done in your role as a councillor, not going along to functions, and you are still a councillor, but you're not doing council business there. So it's where you're doing council business. So I'm trying to get to the point that I don't want to sleep here tonight, all right? Okay. Councillor Livingston.
I'm noting it as Councillor Scott and I are actually required to this month say that we attended the MDA conference in Griffith. However, I and Councillor Scott, I'm sure, will provide that via email, but I don't want to be in breach of any requirements. Thank you, Mayor Parks.
It should be a written report anyway. Anything else? No. So that's it. I'll There's no confidential items. Item 13 is closure. We'll declare the meeting closed at 9:52.
South Coast Television, your community,